right. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Mr. Duncan?
Here.
Ms. Hardy?
Here.
Ms. Leon?
Here.
Ms. Shantz Hiscod?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
And Mayor Tarter.
Here.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Do we have a motion regarding adoption of the meeting agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the meeting agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it. We're going to go in just a moment or two to do two proclamations. I would like to explain today's meeting is being held on Tuesday as opposed to Monday because yesterday was Yom Kippur, and we wanted to allow our Jewish friends and colleagues the opportunity to have a meaningful holiday, and so we're meeting today. Let's go on to our proclamations. We have two. The first is regarding Hispanic Heritage Month, and we had a very nice, exciting presentation and cultural experience in our lobby for the past hour or so, which is really, really wonderful. And we've got some folks here still who are going to receive our proclamation from us, and we want to thank them for coming out this evening and for sharing with us. But my colleague Dave Snyder is going to do the honors here.
Buenas noches. This is particularly meaningful for me because my sister-in-law is Mexicano-Americano, so it's particularly meaningful for me. Whereas Hispanics have participated throughout the history of the United States in support and defense of the principles and ideals upon which this country was founded, and whereas Congress has chosen the time period ranging from September 15 to October 15 to celebrate the histories, cultures, and contributions of Hispanic Americans, and whereas Hispanic people constitute a diverse group with origins in 21 different Spanish-speaking countries in the world whose heritage links them with North, Central, and South America, the Caribbean islands, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And whereas the Latin American and Hispanic population makes up approximately 9% of the City of Falls Church's population and is expected to increase to 10.6% by 2025. And whereas Hispanic community members contribute to the great diversity and unity of the City of Falls Church, with a rich history of different cultures, racial and ethnic backgrounds, and ancestry within Hispanic communities. And whereas as a community and as a government, we are proud of the cultural enrichment brought by the diversity of the Hispanic population.
Now, therefore, I, David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Falls Church, and urge all to join and support the city's celebration of the rich heritage of our Hispanic residents. So I know we've got some individuals who were in the audience or participated in our event earlier tonight. Would love to have you come up and say a few remarks if you'd like.
Thank you very much. My name is Percy Calderon. I reside in Falls Church City the last 40 years. My two children graduate from the school system in this great city. And so I'm very happy to live among this community. Honorable Mayor David Tarter, distinguished members of the Falls Church City Council, guests and community in general. I feel a deep emotion to be part of this act in which the City Council has made a proclamation recognizing the significant strides of the Hispanic in the economical, political, and social growth of the United States under the theme, Latinos Driving Prosperity, Power, and Progress in America. From September 15 to October 15, the United States government celebrates National Hispanic Heritage Month to recognize the numerous contributions made by over 60 million Hispanic Americans and Latinos to our culture and society. Today, Latinos continue to advance in communities nationwide as small business owners, veterans, teachers, and public servants, among many other professions. Hispanic Heritage Month allows to recognize their achievement and contributions to the national story. Thanks again for this honor. We reaffirm our commitment to safeguarding our democratic values and free market principles. Thank you very much.
Why don't you come down and we can hand this proclamation to you and maybe your colleagues as well, if there's anyone else here. All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next proclamation, which is going to be read by Ms. Hiscott, and that's regarding Energy Awareness Month.
Thank
Debbie?
you. Whereas the City Council has adopted a resolution reaffirming the Council's commitment to take action to achieve the regional greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals developed by Metro Washington Council of Governments, and to continue to advocate for regional, state, and federal support to protect the environment. And whereas the vision of environmental sustainability in the City of Falls Church incorporates energy efficiency and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions as core values that embody what the city is striving to achieve. And whereas the Environment for Everyone chapter of the city's comprehensive plan identifies the reduction of energy use in buildings and transportation as a key action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And whereas this summer, Council adopted a Government Operations Energy Action Plan targeting significant reductions in energy use and greenhouse gas emissions, and city staff is currently drafting a roadmap to help our residents and businesses do the same. And whereas October is National Energy Awareness Month, an annual national effort to highlight the importance of energy to national prosperity and security. And whereas the first Wednesday of October is National Energy Efficiency Day, recognizing that energy efficiency continues to be the cheapest, quickest, and cleanest way to meet energy needs and reduce utility bills for residential, business, and industrial users. And whereas energy efficiency and local energy production also support efforts to make the community more resilient to the effects of extreme weather events and climate change. And whereas the Environmental Sustainability Council continues its leadership in encouraging energy efficiency and clean energy use in public buildings, businesses, homes, and transportation. And whereas guidance to make homes and businesses more energy efficient and produce local clean energy is readily available through the United States Department of Energy, the Virginia Energy Efficiency Council, the Energy Efficiency Day website, and the city's web pages.
Now, therefore, I, David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Energy Awareness Month, and do also proclaim Wednesday, October 4th, 2023 as Energy Efficiency Day in the City of Falls Church, and encourage staff, residents, businesses, and organizations to commit to take actions this month and in the future to conserve energy and reduce carbon emissions. Is there anyone in the audience? I know we got plenty of environmentalists and leading voices
here.
on the environment in the audience. Would you like to come forward, one or all of you,
Tim Stevens,
to
Mike Traberman.
receive the proclamation? Maybe say a few words if you're so inclined.
Ready to go.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. I'm John Ward. I'm a member of the Falls Church Climate Action Network. Appreciate the honor of being able to receive this proclamation this year. The Falls Church Climate Action Network is a group of volunteers, purely volunteer organization of mostly residents and businesses who are working to try and help each other collaboratively identify ways that we can do our share to really cut our greenhouse gas emissions in the city. There's a lot to do. If you all have heard some of the targets we have and recent reports where there's a lot to do, and we've got quite a ways to go. And one of the major, if I can take this opportunity just to give one timely example of something that the residents can pay attention to. We're coming up on winter. One of the major contributors to every household's climate greenhouse gas emissions is the heating and air conditioning component in our homes. We've got about 2,500 detached single-family and townhome units in the city. So we can expect probably about over the course of a year and probably this winter, about 100 to 200 and so gas furnaces to need significant upgrades or replacements. If that happens in January, we've all, if you've had a home and if you got an older furnace, every winter you're kind of rolling the dice. And if you get stuck in January with a furnace that dies, you're going to most likely scramble, find a contractor, and take whatever's on the truck, whatever's in the warehouse. And that's an investment in something that's going to last the next 15 years. We've kind of bought ourselves into that and kind of locked ourselves into that choice. Heat pumps are something the city has recognized as a major source of greenhouse gas reductions going forward. And so I'd suggest and recommend to listeners and the folks in the community, take this opportunity of October Energy Awareness Month to reach out. If you've got a furnace that's 10, 12, 15 years old, take this time now before the phone calls start ramming into the contractors in January. Take this opportunity to look at the new tax credits that are available for heat pumps that weren't here 12 months ago. Compare what could work best for your home and have something in your back pocket as a way to be proactive and make an environmentally sound choice in the coming season, or the coming year or two ahead, to really significantly possibly cut your greenhouse gas emissions from your home. With that, again, thank you. I just want that as one of the timely examples. And that's something that folks at FCCAN.net, the Falls Church Climate Network, that kind of information is the sort of thing we're trying to push out amongst our members and to the broader community. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate yours, and thank you for the good message. We've got this proclamation. Why don't we get the whole gang coming up here? Yep. I mean, gee, Mike. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any oaths of office to administer? Any oaths of office to administer, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, let's keep on going. Receipt of public comment. Do you want to begin with a summary of written comments?
I do, thank you. So these are the written comments received since the last regular city council meeting. The following wrote in opposition to the proposed changes to the T-zones. Lauren Hodges, 402 Little Falls Street. Aaron Hopewell, 211 South Lee Street. I think that's correct. I'm going to double check her letter. Jimmy Jung, 203, I'm sorry? That's correct, okay. They get mixed up in my mind. Jimmy Jung, 203 North Lee Street. Rick Rhodes, 302 North Spring Street. And Gifford R. Hampshire, representing Jack Monroe, Jerry Monroe, Christopher Shen, Lorraine Wu, William Romanius, Brenda Romanius, Tina Pierce, Scott Pierce, Bob Moriarty, Cindy Moriarty, Patricia Kalin, Londa Ann Messick, Doug Ginsburg, Mara Common, and Reginald Hyde and Maritza Hyde. The following wrote with concerns and suggested changes to the proposed changes to the T-zone: Susan Decker, Barry and Diane DeMaio of 502 West Broad Street, John Gannon of 204 East Columbia Street, Nicholas Lavezzo of 212 East Jefferson Street. The following wrote in support of the proposed T-zones changes: Meredith Anderson from Winter Hill, Mustafa El Nahas, West Falls Church, Emily Lehman, 503 Roosevelt Boulevard, Gabrielle Mora, Arlington and St. James Church, Alex Ramey, 809 West Broad, Robin Ramey, Al Turgut, 1110 South Washington Street. In other items, Karen Morrison of 1011 Fulton Avenue wrote about the Historical Architectural Review Board review of a barn on her property. Will Shorter of 114 East Jefferson Street wrote with concerns about pedestrian safety and traffic calming. And Dennis Tolliver of 525 Timber Lane wrote with concerns about vehicle valuation methods for personal property tax purposes. And those were our written comments.
All right, let's move on now to receipt of public comments. So if you wish to speak tonight, either on the internet or here in person, you're certainly welcome to do so. We ask that you fill out a little speaker slip, which is in the hallway out back, or the clerk can help provide you one, and hand them to the clerk. and she will call your name. You have 3 minutes to speak. You should state your name and address for the record. You can either speak right now, we're sort of taking generic public comments of all persuasions, or when the matter you are interested in speaking about is called. So you can speak at either time. That's up to you. Madam Clerk, will you call the first speaker?
Yes, first we have Karen Morrison and Rick Watkins speaking together, I believe, and followed by Grayson Timoner, who is online.
I'm Karen, and this is Rick, and I'm Karen. There we go. Anyway, we appreciate your all's time tonight. We want to bring an issue to you with the Fowler Street. As many of you know, Karen's mom, Marilyn, passed away in February, and she left her house and the inheritance and everything to her sister and Karen. And so in that process, they wanted to go ahead and fix the house up because it's a historic house, and it really needed some extra repairs done to it. So what we've done is we started those much-needed repairs, went through and got that process going. We went over to the HARB meeting, the Historic Architectural Review Board, to get those plans approved, and they acquiesced and told us that, yes, you can do it this way and make that happen. So we got started with that. What we found out as we were going through that, we needed to sell the barn and the lot 2B, which the barn and the garage is sitting on behind the house. That was a separate building lot, was purchased back in 1970, 71, I believe. Was it 71?
Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
71. So that needed to be sold in order to get the funds to be able to fix the house up and take care of it and restore it to its capacity as a historic structure. We found out that once HARB approved our rehab plans, then all of a sudden, we went back in to be able to get the barn raised because we're going to get the barn moved out of the way and the other thing. And we got it, Karen got it under contract with the builder to come in and make that happen. Well, as a result of HARB's looking into it, they said, well, you can't do the barn, you can't tear it down, it's historic, et cetera, et cetera. You all have information in detail that we sent to you through Celeste, and you've got that information as a backup. But as we were going through that process too, we went back to HARB and they said, okay, you can't tear it down, you need to move it over to lot 2A. All right, so we thought about it and we said, well, that's probably not a bad idea. Let's try to save the barn and move it over there. Then we started our due diligence on it. As soon as we started our due diligence, we found out that just to move the barn over by itself is going to be north of $40,000. Then to set the piers and everything over there, to set the barn on once it gets moved over, is going to be about another $35,000. And so the cost just kept going up and up and up. And so as a result of that, it's just really not cost effective.
We'll talk about the structural engineers.
Yeah, and we also, that's where I was getting to now, with the structural engineers, we had 2 structural engineers come in and take a look at it, and they evaluated it. And the condition the barn is in, the age that it's in and everything, both of them said, and you all have those documents as well, that this barn would not survive that move. And then we had also had the Paramount Termite Company come in, and they found the barn was riddled with termites. You can see those in the photos that we sent over. And also they have the powder post beetles. Am I done?
You are. If you can wrap up, and we have received your materials, and
Okay.
and so, but if you could wrap up fairly quickly,
Yeah,
that'd
I'll
be appreciated.
wrap it up real quick, 'cause I know you guys are busy. But anyway, basically, we just wanted to find out, just make you all aware of this and everything, and then what do you suggest would be our next steps moving forward in this process?
Yes, I'm not sure we're able to really offer you any advice right now. We certainly can interact, and as can you, with the city staff, and I think that would be your next move. Mr. Shields is aware of this, as is the city attorney, and maybe you could connect with them offline and try to get some guidance as to possible next steps.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your all's time. Thank you very much, and we'll see if we can get things taken care of.
All right, good luck to you. Thank you so much for coming
Thanks.
out this evening. Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have Grayson Timoner, followed by James Jung.
All right, welcome, Grayson.
Hi, everyone. Good to see everyone again.
I'll give you a warning when you have 30 seconds. Does that work for you?
Yeah, sure. Hopefully I'll
Thank
be
you.
done by then.
Thank you.
But this is about the T-zones proposal. I think this proposal is an essential first step to right 2 main wrongs that so many American cities have etched into their codes. The first one is restrictive zoning that often originated with pretty malicious intent. And the second one is designing the city for cars instead of people. So how does it right those wrongs? First, increasing housing stock has to be one of the main goals of any American city, big or small. This helps do that and undo some of the impacts of decades of restrictive zoning. Second, neighborhood retail increases the amount of destinations for residents of the city on foot or bike, which would be great. And third, increased density will reduce our reliance on cars to get everywhere. It also decreases carbon footprint per capita, as a townhome or an apartment is across the board more environmentally friendly than even the most green detached single family home. So that comment kind of goes along with what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Is this a panacea? I don't believe so. I do believe, however, that it's a necessary first step to right the wrongs that we currently have and that so many have accepted as the status quo. I urge the City Council to pass the T-zone proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have Jimmy Jung, followed by Jan Hill.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Jung, 203 North Lee Street, and I do think this is a panacea. I wasn't going to talk about housing, but the reality is this: if we're going to talk about housing, let's take a real step about housing. This is a teeny little nothing. This is not a real way for us to take on housing. Housing is a big issue. It deserves a real discussion, not being slammed into the smallest piece of our city. I believe zoning is a vision and a promise. Turns out that's actually something I got from my mom. She was a zoning commissioner in Baltimore. She actually originally was a librarian, but when they tried to rezone the end of our block, her career took a sideways turn. And so I have always believed, was taught, that zoning is a vision and a promise. The vision we have for our city, the vision we describe in all our proclamations, the one we're thinking of when we refer to ourselves as the little city, is a small town character with a deep commitment to progress and inclusivity. A glance at our skyline indicates just how quickly our city is growing, and we must let it grow, but we must encourage a responsible, considered, thoughtful approach to how our city will retain its character and beauty as we move into the future. This proposal does not represent responsible, controlled growth, but it reduces the city's influence on development in the unsubstantiated hope that developers will choose to pursue our goals, that they might prioritize the quality and character and beauty of our city. And the promise that's being broken is a well-designed transition between residential and commercial districts and appropriate buffering between commercial and residential areas to protect neighborhoods from the negative impacts of noise, traffic, light, odors, and visual incompatibility as called for in our comprehensive plan. Now, the absolute futility of talking with you folks when this result has seemed to have been so completely baked in for the entire time we've been discussing it is not lost on me. But I believe it is critical to remind you that this proposal, concern has been expressed, if not outright opposition, by former mayors, former council members, former planning commissioners, the Village Preservation and Improvement Society, the Historic Commission, the Historic Architectural Review Board, arborists, and current Planning Commission members. And the Planning Commissioner members that have voted against it, they include a housing professor, an urban policy scholar, and a branch chief from the Fairfax Department of Planning. Much more than that, there have been hundreds of citizens, an overwhelming majority, who have either wrote or spoke asking that this approach be reconsidered. It seems likely that their voices will be ignored. But your job is to recognize and represent those citizens, their vision. And if that doesn't work, our job is to fight for a government that will. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. We have Jan Hill, followed by Sam Butler.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Yan Hill. I live at 302 Bishop's Court in First Church. I want to share a couple of thoughts and concerns about the proposed T-zones. I bike every day, and I only got my driver's license this year, so biking is natural and very important to me, and I support the efforts by other residents to keep or expand the bike and the pedestrian infrastructure on Park Avenue. But I see an obvious contradiction between such proposals and the increased traffic that will be brought by the Whole Foods project in conjunction with the T-zones on Maple and Park Avenue. Secondly, I share the same view as many others in the city. Park Avenue is a special, unique part of our little city. Sandwiched between two busy roads, Broad and Great Falls, and close to Cherry Hill Park and the library, it is the quiet place we need for our city. It's also where a lot of activities like the Tenna Hill Festival, the First Church Festival, the 5K run, and the 1 mile walk are held. I think many would agree with me that it is the heart of our city. Like others have pointed out before, we need to be more thoughtful and careful before we lose this forever. I told a friend of mine in China that even though national politics in the US seems like a chaotic mess, local government, like our little city, is run efficiently. I truly appreciate the capable hands that are running and managing our city. I know I'm new to democracy, but I think democracy is not just about pushing through a divisive concept by 4-3. What I see is that the T-zone proposal is causing real opposition among city residents and is continuing to divide us. I hope you would listen and respect these concerns and postpone further action at least until the next city council is elected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Sam Butler, followed by Kent Finnerty.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, Sam, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Sam Butler. I live on 132 Spring Court. I'm going to say this with optimism and confidence. We're going to get this vote done and passed tonight for the T-zone proposal. And with that, I want to talk about what that means going forward to articulate a vision for this. In my view, and also in response to some of the comments before, this is putting choice back on the menu for what the center of our neighborhoods and our community looks like, for what that stretch between St. James and the library, what that has to offer every day when we walk down the street. I think it's a great plan, integrating the housing and the retail to essentially give us more options. And I think there are important concerns when we talk about, oh, the developers are going to come in and the developers are going to do that. That's something that we should talk about. The response to that is how we organize and plan as a community and start thinking about community investment to, with autonomy, start making some of these decisions ourselves. So literally, at the smallest levels, when you're walking down Park Avenue, you can decide, what is the coffee shop that's there? What's the sandwich place? What is the experience? What is the look and feel of walking on this great street really going to be like? So now, in addition to passing this T-zone proposal, that's what we need to start thinking about. And it's a wonderful opportunity. There's no reason to wait. This is designing and choosing what the future feel and the future life of our city is really going to be. So I encourage council to pass this, get this done, so we can start thinking about that. We can start making progress on what the Great Street is going to be, what we're going to have every day in our lives that we're lacking today, because there's nothing in the biggest section of the Great Street that we're developing. And we can start living in a much, much better way. And I would add, in response to some of the comments before, that some of the most important and most beloved projects in the world, in terms of streets, in terms of zoning, in terms of how things have changed, were led by local leaders in city council and city government who sometimes took unpopular decisions with a vision. There's some very profound examples of that, who really understood and had a vision of how a place could be. And now those are some of the best places to go in the world. I can give examples. You can do some research yourself. And I view Falls Church as a chance to do just that, where Park Avenue, with this intersection of housing, retail that we can choose. Again, we can organize and think about community investment for what the heart of our city will look like together.
And that's
a way to
30
bring people
seconds.
together. Yeah, I'll wrap up. This could absolutely be the preeminent destination in the entire Northern Virginia region connected by bike routes and connected by 2 metro stations. This is the future. This is what we're talking about. It's a really exciting and inspiring vision. I look forward to working with all of you to make this the best that it can be. And let's get this passed and start building a future we can be proud of for the generations to come. Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you. We
Madam
have
Clerk.
Kent Finergy, followed by Nader Baruch.
Hey, good evening. You've heard from me before. My name is Kent Finnerty. I own a property at 258 North Washington Street, which is located within the T-zones. I just want to reiterate my support for the changes. I think they're overdue and in line with the goal of encouraging investment in these properties within the T-zones. These are places where people are desperate to live already, and the proposed changes are in line with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, what they're prioritizing in terms of adding housing in high activity areas, and doing so with the possibility of adding affordable units as well. The infill densification in these T-zones makes a lot of sense in terms of adding housing while utilizing the existing infrastructure. The changes, in my opinion, are also fairly minor in terms of height and scale. It's not as if the new regulations are proposing 70-foot heights by right. So the character and feel of the T-zones isn't likely to change dramatically, but should produce some desirable new, denser housing that is at a scale that is in line with the surrounding uses. Thanks for your time.
We have Nader Baruch, followed by Ted Ling, I think.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Nader Baruch, and I live at 243 Gundry Drive. It's a pleasure to be before you guys again this evening. As you know, I don't live anywhere near a T-zone, but even on a school night, it's brought me out because I think the issue of T-zones is indicative of where this council's headed. The T-zone issue is not a huge driver for the city. It represents about 3% as it's currently proposed, but it's symbolic of where the council appears to be headed. It appears to be headed in the direction of benefiting developers and landowners over our current residents. And I'll get to that in just a moment. But essentially, whenever we upzone, including what we did with the special exception, which has been used numerous times, which I voted for projects in special exceptions, we get something in return. They're done through proffers, negotiations, and guardrails that are built into that process. The T-zone debate is simply a giveaway to landowners and developers by upzoning their properties. The policy objectives in this debate have been shifting, and the majority of the council's narrative appears to be shifting every time to benefit the developers. The current proposals tries to micromanage development, and I think, as I've said before, this is simply a recipe for failure and will result in projects that we don't want, given their appearance of how we're trying to squeeze this box. And it will not result in the affordability that's anticipated. Where's the research that shows that this affordability goal will be met? This debate started out with being about affordable housing, and I mean affordable housing in the pure sense when we're talking about area median incomes. Now, there is no affordable housing that's going to be required because most projects will be done by right. I supported the policy goals that incorporated affordable housing as a requirement in this upzoning. However, now affordable housing will not be required because most of the projects, again, will be done by right. Now, citizens are being told that the changes are about creating different housing types. However, despite the recommendations by the Planning Commission and others to require affordable housing on site where the projects are not by right, the majority of the council is willing to take cash. So how is this really about different housing types if we are not willing to incorporate, when the projects are not by right, to have affordability built in? And then moving to the fiscal impacts, what are the benefits to the city and what are the costs? I've taken a look at the housing, or I should say the staff report. And there's been no fiscal analysis that's been done to show the service costs versus the tax rates that will be generated. Not having this information and moving forward is simply negligent. I urge you to vote no.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam
Ted
Clerk.
Ling, followed by Mary Chavez.
My name is Ted Ling. I live at 215 Great Falls Street. I've lived in the city for many years. I just first want to say I'm glad I came tonight because it reminded me that I wanted to look into getting a heat pump. So if nothing else, it served that role. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about T-zones. I think at this point, hundreds, literally hundreds of city residents have spoken against the T-zones. You will hear some people speak in favor of them, but overwhelming majority of residents that are affected or near the T-zones oppose the T-zones. I think that that the voices of a few that win out really speaks volumes, as one of the previous speakers, about today's Falls Church. It's really time to use this last opportunity, and this may be the last opportunity, to change course and stop the T-zones. Those in favor of using T-zones to unleash by right commercial development in residential areas, and let me point out that I don't quite agree with the previous speaker that T-zones will let us decide. By right development, by definition, allows the developer to do whatever they want in their lot. But anyway, the majority of affected residents who oppose T-zones either don't understand the regulations or are NIMBYs who oppose housing policy that promotes diversity. Well, let's discuss the first view, that Falls Church residents don't understand. Personally, I think it's condescending. The people of Falls Church are not idiots. They know exactly what's going on. And what's going on is cozy relationships between the city and commercial developers. Let's talk about facts. I agree with the previous speaker over here, I'm sorry, I forgot his name, who is like to see a lot of high-density development and diverse commercial development. But let's face it, there's plenty of room in traditional commercial areas, the abandoned hotel, the stretch along Broad Street. But developers don't like to pay prime market prices for lots like that. They want small lots that they can then upzone and are much cheaper and more profitable. So, and we've also seen time again, as another speaker pointed out, how developers have skirted city rules on zoning and the requirement to provide low-cost unit by pulling strings by doing things like paying fees in lieu of building low-cost units. So the way things work now is really a tilted playing field that is tilted against the residents, I'm afraid. I think would be an interesting project in investigative journalism to see how and where the interests that have acquired these T-zones got them and what influence they had in the policy that is going into being considered today. In the longer term, I think we really need to solve this problem with robust measures like financial disclosure, conflict of interest rules, and strict revolving door rules that apply to city staff and officials, but that's a future thing. I'll just finish up that the other main accusation is that we're NIMBYs. I find it insulting. The main group that casts doubt on the T-zones advocates, give me just 2 seconds, advocates for duplex housing and other measures that are the opposite of NIMBYism. So let's not kid ourselves. These are not going to diverse units. They're going to be more high-rent office space and condos piled up high. So I hope that we can change some voices, change some minds, and put this project to rest and vote against T-zones tonight. Sorry to go over.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Mary Chavez, followed by John Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I sent you a letter, which I gather you have all seen, and I won't read that to you tonight. I have read the comprehensive 45-page report for tonight's meeting and heard from council members, which I much appreciate. As a result, I have a greater appreciation of the work that has gone into this, but I continue to believe that a greater public education effort is needed, which the remaining weeks of the campaign would provide. The staff report is clearly helpful, but it is hard to absorb, partly because so many technical changes have been made in recent months. And hard to grasp has been the reaction of many citizens throughout the process. While the staff report is balanced and informative, the initial slides a year ago, which made no mention of historic preservation, presented the existing T-zone unfairly as underinvested and aesthetically impaired, seeming to me at the time to be a call for developers for help. Sitting here with the citizens then and thereafter, I felt that we were dealing with a top-down council solution without significant citizen participation at the ground level. We got off to a bad start, which got better over time, and since then, frankly, I have found exaggerations on both sides of this argument with regard to what this ordinance actually does. So two other relevant points I want to mention. One on affordable housing. The future of both the U.S. Interest policy and national housing market is now clouded with uncertainty. It is arguably time for greater policy flexibility, which I know the Council has been pursuing. But there should be caution, in my view, on any zoning changes, especially those without citizen buy-in from the get-go. So much of our efforts on housing over decades have resulted largely in benefits on the margin, and I fear that may well be the result of the current ordinance. Options for housing diversity are more promising when viewed from the perspective of the Greater Falls Church area. To manage limited local resources sensibly, we need both to pursue innovative local programs, as we are doing, while contributing to and benefiting from regional initiatives. The second thing that I mentioned to you is the issue of integrated strategy. Any greater priority we are giving to housing must respect our limited resource base and reflect, not collide with other city priorities, like open government, with citizen access and participation, affordable assisted living for seniors, controlled development, we can't favor cars over people, environmental protection, preservation of green space and canopied streets, not just on one side of the street as on Park Avenue, safety for pedestrian and school zone space, historic preservation, management of traffic and public parking, stormwater and noise abatement, and always the top priority, impact on the always growing school budget. These present enduring values embedded in our local culture and are not perishable values. Finally, there is that statement that others have referred to, that the city preserves its small-town character and history while honoring a deep commitment to progress and growing community. I am not so sure what that means anymore, and I think it may be a time to gather citizens and council-sponsored focus groups to determine what we mean by small-town character as they ponder what mix of housing stock and what specific housing policies make sense for a growing city that looks and less like a small town. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder to everyone, 3 minutes is your time limit, and I know folks have had a tendency to go over, and I have not been cutting you off, but please be respectful of everyone else in this room, including us up here at the dais, for reasonably paced evening. So if you could, when you hear that beep, wrap up your comments, even if you're not through exactly what you've previously written or prepared. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mary Chavez, followed by Dave Gustafson.
Mary Chavez, 215 Lawton Street. It's been a long road since 4 council members agreed at an EDC meeting to push through condo development on unsightly infill lots on Park. The top-down effort to rezone the city's T-zones hasn't achieved consensus with the broader community, despite numerous hearings and many changes in the proposed ordinance. There still hasn't been an effort to reach out to all T-lot owners to elicit their views. And yet council proposes to push ahead with a zoning ordinance many may still not understand if they don't follow council or planning commission meetings closely or try to decipher complex city websites. This approach has been a noted departure from the ground-up public sessions that formed the basis for the city's small area plans, or previous council efforts encouraging developers to work with their neighbors to address their concerns under a special exception process. Those who have commented at council and planning commission meetings or sent in hundreds of letters over the past 2 years feel that their views have been skimmed over while the draft ordinance changes rules and rights across the board for T-lot owners and their neighbors. Yes, there have been some changes since the first reading in May of last year, but on balance, the benefits have gone to the developers. City oversight has virtually disappeared for all uses in favor of by right development that leaves no room for negotiated benefits. Height, coverage, and setback components that the community objected to previously remain. Affordable dwelling units are unlikely, and future costs for middle-income residents remain uncertain. No serious studies on neighborhood parking or traffic have been done, and there is no assessment of the potential fiscal impact on city expenses for students, government services, or infrastructure. Finally, outstanding issues regarding protecting historic homes, design requirements, and cash in lieu decisions are being pushed off to the future. We hope this broad brush change approach isn't a precedent for future council efforts at zoning within the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dave Gustafson, followed by Mustafa El Nahas.
Good evening, Mayor Tarter, members of council. Thank you for having us here tonight. Dave Gustafson of 302 West Columbia Street, speaking here for myself tonight. First of all, I appreciate you all highlighting the importance of energy efficiency tonight. It's a critical time, and especially as my Falls Church Climate Action Network colleague John Moore mentioned, headed into the winter where there's a lot more fuel usage. It's a great time to invest in preparing your homes and your vehicles ahead of the winter. So there's more info about saving money and reducing greenhouse gas emissions on fccan.net, Falls Church Climate Action Network, if you Google it. There's neighbor-to-neighbor info about the Community Energy Action Plan, which has kind of fallen under the radar with so much discussion about T-zones lately. So I'm usually here to talk about transportation safety and stormwater, but I'm here to talk about housing tonight. The U.S. needs more housing, period. The D.C. region needs more housing. I've been kind of busy working on some other city issues this fall. I've gotten a lot of questions from neighbors and talked with some of you all and city staff about T-zones this fall, trying to get up to speed. I've listened to a lot of the meetings. I've listened to a lot of the folks who've been in opposition, the folks who've been in favor of it, and I hear you. I've spent a lot of time wrestling with this, but I do think that T-zones are a good step in the right direction. I think it's a reasonable proposal. I understand why it's this is not council has often had a lot of unanimous votes, but I understand why this one may not be. But it also just offers a more variety of housing, which is something that we need. So many American cities have, things that are skewed towards single-family houses or apartments. We need more things in the middle. We need more diversity of housing. I understand, some of the opposition to this. I hear you, but this is a step in the right direction, and for that, I encourage you to approve the proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mustafa El Nahas. He signed up online. Oh, you're here. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Falls Church City Council. I'm Mustafa Nahas, and I'm here to strongly support the T-zone proposal. As a car-free resident living near West Falls Church Station, I understand the importance of these transition zones in our community. We're currently facing a housing crisis with diminishing availability of mid-sized homes and townhomes in Falls Church, without opportunities for more diverse housing like townhomes and duplexes. This problem will only worsen. Our region needs over 300,000 new homes to meet demand, and if we don't address this housing shortage, it will lead to more sprawl and longer commutes for employees. The T-zone proposal, while not a complete solution, is a step in the right direction. It maximizes the use of our land resources, supports infill development, and creates a more walkable and economically vibrant community. Increased housing supply can also help control prices, and allowing building and transition zones to reach 45 feet by right offers a variety of housing options, including 2 over 2 townhomes. I also advocate for prioritizing homes over excessive parking. The T-zone lots are near a future BRT line and the Washington and Old Dominion Trail, and also between 2 metro stops, catering to residents who want to live car-free. Let's not force developers to build parking lots for cars when there's a growing demand for car-free living. In conclusion, we have a choice: prioritize car storage or create a community that prioritizes residents' well-being. The T-zone proposal represents a positive step towards a diverse and sustainable community. Let's embrace change, encourage responsible development, and shape a brighter future for Falls Church. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think we have some more speakers, and we have one person who's waiting for the public hearing.
Okay.
So we'll start with Aaron Wilkowitz, followed by Joseph Shirizzi.
Hey there. My name is Aaron Wilkowitz. I am a Fairfax County resident, but only by 2 houses, so I consider Falls Church City my home. I'm speaking tonight fully in favor of T-zones as they're currently written, if not to have even greater density in those spaces for several reasons. First and foremost, fundamentally, we have a housing affordability crisis in the DMV. We have teachers, we have firefighters, police officers, working class people who have no chance at affording homes here. They're having to commute all the way from Loudoun, Prince William County. That's not sustainable. That's not good for our community. We have small businesses that are struggling to stay open because they don't have enough customers that live here. That's not good for our community. So fundamentally, the lack of housing affordability is why we need something like T-zones. Also, relatedly, second, the environment is very much at stake with regards to T-zones. So because we have that lack of homes in the area, because people have to commute from so much further out, it leads to more emissions, it leads to more carbon, it leads to more smog, and that ultimately hurts our environment, right? So in addition to harming housing affordability, we're also hurting the environment too. And then finally, I already spoke to the community aspect, but I really want to highlight that the reason why I love Falls Church City is not the low-rise buildings, right? Instead, it's a sense of community that I have to be able to walk to many different restaurants in close proximity to me. I would love the ability to have more neighbors, more residents, more friends, and hopefully eventually, more retail, more businesses here. The more that we can fit in and squeeze into this small area of land, the more we will have a community feel rather than the opposite. I'm sure you've heard many different arguments here tonight about, it's, this proposal, it's too tall, it's too big, it's bad aesthetics. Ultimately, urban aesthetics are beautiful. City aesthetics are beautiful. Having amazing cityscapes, right here in Falls Church City is a wonderful thing. And we've already seen over the last 10, 20, 30 years, the rise of a lot of these buildings, right? A lot of the larger buildings in Falls Church City didn't exist here, a generation ago. And we love the aesthetic that we see here, right? You certainly also hear people worried about, we're going to cut down, a tree or two. But again, I would highly encourage you to not miss the literal forest for the trees. Maybe we cut down a tree or two to be able to build the additional homes here, but we're again preventing literal forests from being destroyed in the exurbs around us. So again, for all these reasons, I fundamentally support T-zones, and I hope that you'll pass it tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joseph Shirizzi, followed by Aaron Flynn.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Shirizzi. I live on Gundry Drive in Falls Church. My comments this evening do not represent any organization or group, just from myself. I'm here to ask City Council to please pass T-zones as it is written. I think the existing bill that is before you and going to second reading now is thoughtful, has taken in hundreds of comments that people have made over the last several years about it, and I know that city staff has worked tirelessly to include lots and lots of different input. Whether or not everyone agrees on the result of city staff's work is another issue, but I think that there has been a truly good faith effort to include members of our community and all the voices. It's been very disheartening to me to see how divisive the very small amount of area up for changes has been in our community. So I look forward to working with everyone in our community who came forward over the last year to say, I support affordable housing, but just not like this. I look forward to working with them on larger, even more affordable housing projects across Falls Church once this is done, once we're ready to move on to the next thing and see who actually meant it and who is just actually afraid of change or peddling misinformation. I don't think that T-Zones is going to destroy our community. I think that it will create more walkable community, more environmentally friendly community, and more spaces that people want to visit by walking and getting around in our corridor behind Broad Street and on Washington Street. Those are, prime walking locations, and it's absurd that by right today we allow parking lots on all the T-zones that there are now. There's a tree cover requirement in the existing T-zones changes as it's written. I think it's smart. The type of commercial space that will be allowed is specifically for community services to help people meet their daily needs. I think it's smart. And it's time to get this done so we can work on larger, more affordable housing projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Erin Flynn.
To Little Falls Street. I tend to go last a lot of the time because I like listening to the other comments and actually sort of feeling like there is more consensus. And my concern with this has always been that we're not really implementing a vision. And when the speaker earlier talked about, why can't we have live work or why can't we have retail with housing over it? That's a wonderful vision. I don't think that this is the vision that plays out in this ordinance. When people here say we want duplexes and we want townhouses and we want condos, those are all wonderful things. Those are things I would love to see on Park Avenue in the city. My concern with this is that those are not the things that we're necessarily going to get out of this ordinance. And the ordinance leaves us with no ability, as projects are developed on a site-specific basis, to respond to what's there and what it is that we actually want to see. In my view, the parameters for by right construction are too generous. They cede one of the few tools the city has, the council approval process, to secure better projects with stronger environmental protections that meet city needs while also accounting for site-specific concerns. And I understand those of you that think that you have a different view and you're comfortable with the project and you're comfortable with these by right parameters. And to be sure, council approval can add time and expense to a project, but the trade-off, the obtaining actual diversity in housing types, more energy efficient buildings, tree canopy and open space, improved stormwater management, protection for historic properties, traffic management, fiscal analysis, and design that's compatible with its surroundings is worth it for these parcels the city itself has deemed the most sensitive. And it's what the vast majority of the community has said it wants, not only during the T-zone debate, but as reflected in the comprehensive plan, not only the housing chapter of the comprehensive plan, but the environmental chapters and the historic preservation chapters. So for me, these are the parcels that not only comprise the heart of the city and our civic space, they're also the gateway into the city. And this is a bigger issue than just one on T-zones. It's one about responsive government that maintains public trust and that maintains public confidence. And I think that you can, nitpick the public comments and look for inaccuracies and misstatements. But what I've taken away from the last 9 months is that the public isn't as confident in the building parameters, nor is it as confident in what we'll get from this development. I don't think it's unreasonable for neighbors on Park to feel that a 48 to 56 units, whether it's an apartment building that's now on both sides of Park and Lee, is just too dense for that corner. I don't think it's unreasonable for townhouse owners to have concerns about what's left of their property rights under this ordinance. And it's not just the public. It's the mayor who brings his expertise to this area. It's 2 of our planning commissioners. These are not people who are afraid of growth or who are afraid of buildings. The city attorney has made clear that the only controls are those that exist in the building code. It's no answer to a future project to say that it's not what we wanted, or it's not what we intended, or that it differs from the design guidelines, or that it differs from the streetscape standards, or the sort of housing prices that we wanted. And so I think in the end of the day, there's more consensus than exists under this ordinance. I'd hope that the council looks for that consensus, because I do think that it's unnecessarily divisive and that you're going to lose a lot of public confidence in this trust by voting for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers at
No,
this time?
we have one that's waiting for.
Waiting for the
Yes.
item to be called. Okay. Let's move on then to the report of the city manager. Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter and members of council. I'll be brief tonight. I'll just note two developments since our last meeting. And one is that the state government has adopted a budget at long last, and we'll have a briefing and more detailed discussion on that later on this evening. But I will note that there are two specific items for the City of Falls Church, including capital funding for the Oak Street School, which was in the amount of $3 million for improvements there, as well as $9 million for stormwater and flood mitigation in the city, made it through the budget process. So we want to thank our state delegation for their support of the city in these initiatives. For the public, I just want to note that the Oak Street Bridge is getting close to being completed and reopened. The formal finish time is this December. We believe they're going to be ahead of schedule and finish this project in November. One side of the bridge is now open with the new sidewalks, and so I invite people to walk across it, but we're looking forward to having that project completed. And then on the same part of the city, our sewer line expansion project is all the piping is complete, and we're now just the contractor's working on the remediation in Berman Park and to finish that project up, as well as at the Scout House. I want to thank the public for their patience as we've worked through those projects. Two very old pieces of infrastructure, our sewer line and our Oak Street, being replaced at this time. And then lastly, and we'll talk about this more at work session on October 2nd, but I did, since our last meeting, announce a reorganization of city staff, and I just want to thank Andy Young, who will be stepping up to be a deputy city manager and have our community planning and economic development services, as well as our Department of Public Works, reporting to Andy Young. The community knows Andy through his work with the Community Energy Plan, which he will stick with as it goes through, hopefully, for council adoption. We'll have a work session discussion of that in October and looking for final adoption of that in November. In addition to that, I've asked Jenny Carroll to be a deputy city manager to help drive internal process improvements, and she will have our human resources, our IT services, rec and parks, housing and human services, and the library reporting to Jenny in this new role. Marshall Webster, a longtime library employee, will be the interim library director. All these positions are in an interim basis as we brief the council on these changes and ultimately get funding to secure the positions that are associated with this reorganization. Cindy Mester, who's joining this meeting virtually, who was working the retirement board earlier tonight, will be focusing on community relations and her work with our legislative delegation and supporting the city council and following through on council requests and constituent service. So I want to thank all of these team members for working with staff on these transitions, and I thank the public for their support for these changes as well. What is essentially driving the request for, the need for this reorganization is we are in an era where the city, one, has a lot of federal money as well as one-time dollars that we need to invest for the benefit of the taxpayers and for our residents in a very prudent and effective way. It is kind of a unique challenge of this period where we have dollars where we can make great improvements for walkability, and for stormwater control, for the environment. And we need to support our workforce to be able to carry those projects out effectively for the community. That ends my report tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public safety question. Maybe there was email traffic about this today that I missed because I've been away from my email for a while. The carjacking incident or attempted carjacking incident on Sunday night on Park there at St. James, is there any new information or further developments on that?
So I do not believe we've apprehended the suspects or made any arrests. We do have pictures of the suspects, and we've put those out to the public. And so we ask for the public's awareness of the situation and for any leads that the public might have to help us bring these two individuals to justice.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions for Mr. Shields? Ms. Hardy?
I just wanted to thank city staff for all the hard work over the weekend, despite many curveballs from Mother Nature. I think we pulled off a great fall festival as well as 75th anniversary kickoff. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for everybody who showed up. It was a great day in the city.
All right, other comments or questions from anyone for Mr. Shields? If not, let's move on to business on the agenda. Madam Clerk, will you call the first item?
Yes, the first item is TO 23-11, ordinance to amend Chapter 48 zoning to include an average unit size and density restrictions in the T1 transition zone, eliminate single-family and two-family residential use therein, allow for a townhouse, apartment, and condo option, and allow for expanded lot coverage.
All right, Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, and members of council. We'll have our planning director, Mr. Stoddard, and our lead planner for this zoning text amendment, Mr. Trainer, will give a staff report. This item is before council tonight for a public hearing, and the staff recommendation is for adoption of the ordinance as presented tonight. Mr. Trainer.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Tonight, council is requested to hold a public hearing and final consideration on proposed updates to the T1 transitional zone regulations in the city zoning code. The proposed T-zone amendments are intended to provide for a diversity in commercial and residential uses and forms while providing transitions in building heights and use intensities between commercial and residential districts in the city. Staff's recommendation is adoption of TO 23-11. Updates since the last council work session, which happened on September 11th, are summarized in the table beginning on line 19. This includes recommendations from the Planning Commission as well as final items that council asked staff to look into ahead of the public hearing. So I'll just run through those in the table real quick. The first one, again, beginning on line 19, was to lower the maximum lot square footage for grading plan reviews from 9,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet, and the code has been adjusted to reflect this amendment. Second item was to provide for the residential unit size minimum of 700 square feet to only apply when ADUs are included. The code has also been adjusted to reflect this amendment. Third item was to include specific reference to solar-ready infrastructure as a way to promote environmental stewardship under the considerations for reviewing a special use permit. The code has been adjusted to reflect this amendment as well. The fourth item was a Planning Commission recommendation to remove the cash in lieu option in order to access the affordable dwelling unit or ADU bonus density. Council indicated a desire to keep the cash in lieu option intact, and so this option remains in the draft ordinance in front of you tonight. Council further indicated a desire that the cash in lieu option be at the city's discretion and not the applicants or developers. Implementing this recommendation would require an amendment to Article 7 of the zoning ordinance, and so staff recommends scheduling this as a future work item. The fifth item in the table was a request for staff to review and update the city's building design guidelines, including options to incorporate design requirements into the city's zoning ordinance. Staff's response is that applying design requirements to by right development would require city adoption of a form-based zoning code, either in addition to or instead of traditional use-based zoning, which is currently in place. Other localities in Virginia have done this recently, but any form-based code would have to be drafted within the allowances of state enabling legislation. And so staff also recommends this item to be scheduled as a future work item. Sixth item in the table is to initiate a zoning map amendment for the Washington Street T-zone districts, including those identified with historic structures, to another type of transitional zone, either T2 or another more suitable district set forth in the small area plan for those locations. If directed by council, staff will prepare a zoning map amendments for council and planning commission recommendation. Item number 7 was a request that the city engineer review the calculations for both the sewer shed and storm watershed infrastructure and provide recommendations in the capital improvements plan. This request will be addressed during the next CIP review period. The 8th item on the table was a request for staff to reach out to the owners of historic properties located in a T1 district for a reaction to current proposal. Staff was able to reach all 4 property owners, 3 of which expressed that they hadn't been following the proposal too much, kind of agnostic about it, and we're kind of waiting to see what happened. One property owner indicated that they had been following the proposal and wasn't, enthusiastic in seeing what the outcome would be to redevelop their property with, while incorporating their historic structure, and so keeping that intact. All indicated, content with their property, kind of as is the 3 that had been following the plan, but expressed a kind of agnostic view towards the proposal, that they're content with the business as it had been going, and so that was positive to hear. The last item on the table here was to conduct an analysis of the proposed density restrictions applied to example T1 sites, and that analysis has been included in the staff analysis section of this report. Changes to the code compared to the first reading, which happened on August 7th, are summarized beginning on line 22. Those that are highlighted those include items from the Planning Commission recommendation, or were items that the council asked staff to look into at its last work session. And the rest of the staff report remains largely intact from not only the last meeting, but from several iterations of the staff report over the last several months. This includes, in the background section, beginning on line 43, I won't go through all of it, but the Planning Commission recommendation, which did vote to recommend adoption of the ordinance in front of you tonight. Also included in the background is a table that I think most people should be familiar with, showing the different components of the proposal and the T1 update compared to what the code allows for today. The background section also includes local and regional need for housing. This looks at different data, again, both at the local and regional level on housing scarcity and projected needs into the future. The background section also includes a summary of the public meetings that have happened over this 2-year initiative, kind of calling out key updates or changes in the proposal. And then the staff analysis section, beginning on 275, is where we kind of dive into the comprehensive plan analysis and the small area plan analysis. I think there are 4 or 5 different small area plans that hold T-zones, and so each one is kind of looked at, as well as different urban design mechanisms that are included in the proposal, looking at what a transition means not only in Falls Church, but in different communities across the country, both near and afar, as far as the West Coast. Included in that staff analysis section is also the traffic impact analysis and fiscal analysis sections. So thank you, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move to questions. I know we have one public speaker, and why don't we go ahead and just take care of that right now. Madam Clerk, do you want to call our public speaker?
Okay, you're opening the public hearing?
Yes.
Yes, we have Peruz Khan Malik is signed up.
Good evening. My name is Piruz Khan Malik, 609 Park Avenue. It has been over 2.5 years and over 28 work sessions, public hearings, town hall meetings, walking tour, in addition to many of the one-on-one meetings, communications between the city officials and the community. A very transparent and public involved process to modernize the long overdue T-zone ordinance to encourage and facilitate the development of the small T-zone infill sites. Now the time has come that we finally bring this project to a completion and look forward to seeing the results in a timely manner. A result that would make all of us proud of being part of this process. However, to make that happen, we need to have this set of the zoning rules, restrictions, and regulations that works and is buildable and economically practical to encourage development on these infill parcels. This final staff proposed updates to the T-zone ordinance that is in front of you for adoption will provide the tools necessary for diversity in commercial and residential uses and forms, while providing transitions in building heights and the use intensity between commercial and residential districts in the city. It would further encourage diversity projects such as townhouses, 2 units, and 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom condos that meets the low to medium price range and would contribute to solving the shortage of housing and what is called the missing middle. The new T-zone ordinance may not be perfect and ideal. No zoning ordinance in any jurisdiction is perfect, but it is a milestone toward producing the housing type that our city really needs to have. Therefore, I urge you to proceed and adopt this ordinance tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
No, sir.
I'm just going to make this, since this is a public hearing, anyone who has not spoken, who wishes to speak, is welcome to do so now. If you desire to, you need to get a public speaker slip and hand it to the clerk. Seeing that no one is doing that right now, I'm going to close the meeting to the public. Unless there's anyone right now who wishes to speak. I'm seeing none. The matter is closed to the public. It's now with the City Council. Let's go ahead and turn it over for questions or comments from City Council members. Does anyone have any questions? All right, I guess let's take it to Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Trainer, for your explanation. It's line 19, item for final consideration. The second one, the residential unit size minimum of 700 square feet only applies when ADUs are included. Is there a residential size minimum when ADUs are not included that is in there that I just couldn't find?
No, that's the only minimum unit size, and that's included only when ADUs are in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, do folks have comments? Anyone wish to make any comments? Mr. Snyder.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I'll start. The first thing I want to move is that this ordinance be tabled.
Does anyone support this motion? I will. So do we have a motion, I guess, and I'm making a second on that? All right, let's go ahead. I guess, Madam Clerk, will we have a vote on that?
Yes, we have a motion and second that this ordinance be tabled. Would you like me to call?
Let's go ahead and do it.
Okay. Ms. Conley?
No.
Mr. Duncan?
No.
Ms. Hardy?
No.
Ms. Leon?
No.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
No.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion fails 2 to 5. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Move to adopt TO 23-11.
Okay, and do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Conley on the second. Before we get to the actual vote on that, why don't we go ahead and see if there's any folks who want to make comments? Any comments before we go to our vote? Does anyone wish to make any comments?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Be
Yeah.
pleased to, since I'm sure others will comment, perhaps in rebuttal, but that's expected. So at first reading, I expressed disappointment at the outcome and the process based on 3 decades of elected public service of this community with the most highly educated population in America. Here are just a few of the fatal flaws of this ordinance. First of all, affordable housing. This does nothing for low-income housing. Efforts to actually address low-income affordable housing were continually raised by citizens and members of the Planning Commission to no avail. Even the paltry provision allowing developers to make more profits and buy out. So there is no guarantee of any new affordable units. Needing to change the language, the proponents have magically transformed affordable housing into diversity of housing. That, of course, is a bad joke considering the 1,600 rental and condo units already built in recent years, with more to come in the West Falls project. Environmental degradation. Efforts to reduce the impervious surface cover, increase setbacks, and encourage tree canopy, decrease setbacks and encourage tree canopy were all swept aside. And in fact, the lot coverage was actually increased in response to citizen environmental concerns. All this is justified on the basis of some regional argument. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what the region voted for because I voted for it. There is simply no justification for creating more heat islands in the city of Falls Church as some sort of bogus regional argument. Next item, lack of economic impact analysis. This is a significant issue that was brought forward by a law firm on behalf of about a dozen of our citizens, as well as former Mayor Baruch and others. An interesting oversight. Acting contrary to the vast amount of educated public input. More than 400 people signed petitions opposing the change. Just last week, 40-plus wrote in against versus 2 in favor. This is not just quantity, but quality. 3 former mayors and the current mayor, former city council and planning commissioners, all beseech this council majority to make changes. None were made, except to make it worse. Not only were those citizens ignored, but they were often belittled and called names. And then there was a repeated refrain, "You just don't understand." Really? Actually, they well understood and offered better alternatives. Then there's the inevitable destruction of historic properties and the so-called small-town feel that this council has repeatedly claims it supports, but apparently not in reality. Finally, selling out to special interests. This whole debacle started in earnest with the Planning Commission making major decisions based upon developer letters only available to the public an hour or 2 before the meeting. And then the frequent references to, quote, the market, meaning, of course, self-interested developers. Then, of course, there's the issue of by right, removing future control on behalf of our neighbors and our citizens and city government to developers. Of course, they want a lot of by right. That assures their profits and reduces our ability to mold those projects in conformance with the values and desires of the city. In conclusion, we once had a government of the citizens, by the citizens, and for the citizens. This ordinance, its deeply flawed process. Regrettably, the council members who have pushed it over significant public request and urge for improvement is a clear example of government of special interests, by special interests, and for special interests. My vote against this is easily the most value-based vote I have ever made.
Thank you. All right, let's go, Ms. Hiscott.
Yeah, I'd like to provide a little different perspective from my colleague, council members, Mr. Schneider. You know, in a time when civility across the country is degrading, I really believe it's our duty as Falls Church City Council members to uphold civil discourse. Our policy goals are different. Our approaches are different. And that doesn't mean that if the majority of us vote for this tonight, are acting unethically or rushing anything. We've been talking for years. We're not acting unscrupulously. I don't know that anybody's getting any greater benefit other than the greater good of what we think is the best future for Falls Church City. Nor do I feel that any members of the Falls Church City staff are doing something to their benefit. To state or imply that that's the case is equally as upsetting as it is untrue. We've spent years talking with a lot of city residents, hosting open forums and walking tours. I've been in many people's homes. I've talked to hundreds of people about this issue. Worked with our boards and our commissions and our planning commission on this topic since 2021. And I am doing this because I think it's the right move for our city to move us forward. I've lived here for 27 years. I'm not a fly-by-night. This isn't something I take lightly. I've raised my 3 children here. I've brought my parents to live out their remaining years here in Falls Church. And so to suggest that I would do anything intentionally negligent to Falls Church, again, it's unfair, untrue, and unkind. Our staff are professionals with degrees, backgrounds, and passion in city planning. In fact, one was raised right here in Falls Church City, graduated from Falls Church City Public Schools. To suggest that staff are doing anything rushed or untoward or unethical or anything for personal gain, it just can't be tolerated by me or other members, our city manager, or our council. My goal was to add housing, and people are my priority, bringing in all types of people in a variety of housing types. We are building them. We are building apartments. That's great. These won't be necessarily apartments. They might be townhouses. Providing additional forms of housing is incredibly important. It's part of our work plan. So this isn't something that's new or should be a surprise. It's in the City Council work plan to talk about housing, to talk about energy efficiency, to talk about environmentalism. Housing density is supported by the NAACP, AARP, the Sierra Club, other environmental organizations, including our own Environmental Sustainability Council. Pew Research also supports increase in density. The biggest way we can decrease greenhouse gases, as we talked about before, and you'll see, if you haven't had an opportunity to see the Community Action Plan and the city's action plan on greenhouse gases, the biggest issue and the biggest contributor are greenhouse gases. The biggest way of reducing greenhouse gases is reducing carbon emissions from cars. Fewer trips, plain and simple. How can you take fewer trips? Well, you live closer to where you get your groceries, where you go out to dinner, where you are going to school. You live somewhere where you can get to a metro, 2 metros within a 2.2 square miles. I hear people say it's not a big area, it's not a big deal, it won't matter. But it will matter. Every single bit of housing matters. We've spent almost 3 years talking about it because even though it's a teeny tiny part of land, housing matters, and these issues really matter. I think, when we talk about a transition zone, just the name itself, transition, we've talked about it a lot, transitioning from an 85-foot to 35 feet. 45 is a literal transition right in between those 2 numbers. We've actually improved some of the environmental requirements from where we are right now in zoning. You have to show an increase in energy efficiency by 20% if you're building something on existing property. We've added required tree canopy, maximum allowable by the state. We've added smaller size units when provided for the ADU, an average size to provide for additional types of housing. Is it affordable as an AMI housing? No. But it is responsible for filtering, meaning somebody who can move into that from a smaller apartment or a smaller townhouse or an affordable dwelling can perhaps move up into this type of housing, and then you have more affordable housing left in its wake. So the concept of filtering we're providing for. We have added setbacks on the Broadway side. We've added step backs thanks to the input and there's been a tremendous amount of input, and obviously it's an incredibly important topic, though I would argue that people usually come out to speak on a topic when they're opposed to the topic, as we see time and time again. So mathematically, it's difficult to compare. Again, it's not listening. I hope anybody who's spoken with me has felt listened to, but we fundamentally may have a difference of opinions on how to get to the policy goal of increasing housing. Again, on the concept that it's top-down or we're not working in the public, I mean, I think you can see in the staff notes how many public meetings we've had. I know everybody up here has spoken with people on numerous occasions, all days of the week, times of the day, open council hours, additional, office hours to have an opportunity to speak. I think that someone quoted earlier that a lot of leaders have had to make unpopular decisions, and they've turned out to be leading with vision. And this is unpopular to some, and we sure hope that you'll be pleased and join us in creating this next vision. Thank you to everybody who's participated. Thank you to staff. It's been a long haul, and thank you for allowing me the time to share my opinion.
Thank you. All right, who's up next? Excuse me? Who's next?
I just have a couple quick comments before I get to the more formal stuff, because I wanted to make sure Debbie did a good job addressing the environmental concerns, but.
So you have, if you have one set of comments, do you have multiple
Well,
comments?
one
or
I wanted
questions?
staff to also talk to as well, because I think I heard Mr. Snyder talk about tree canopy and impervious coverage. Could we talk about what's existing today for tree canopy and impervious coverage requirements and what is being proposed?
Yeah, there are no tree canopy or impervious surface, no tree canopy minimums, no impervious surface maximums today in the T1.
Got it. And I also heard a concern about a law firm letter that was sent to us as public comment, and I want to see if our city attorney could address that, please.
We did receive today a letter from a law firm that's representing 10 to 12 citizens. They allege that we did not satisfy a consideration of factors listed in Virginia Code, Section 15.2, 22-2284, which sets forth all the factors that are reasonable to consider when considering an amendment to the zoning ordinance. But I have looked at that letter. I am confident that the ordinance before you satisfies all of the requirements of Virginia Code, including the factors set forth in 15.2-2284, which were highlighted by Mr. Gifford's letter. We have adequately considered those factors, and that consideration has been highlighted for you today, this evening by Mr. Traynor. And it also is very closely, the considerations we have undertaken very closely track with the considerations set forth in our adopted comprehensive plan, particularly the housing goals. So I will be corresponding with Mr. Gifford concerning his letter, and hopefully as he becomes more familiar, he was only retained today, he told me, as he becomes more familiar with the work and the background information that we have relied on in getting to this place tonight, he will understand that those factors have been satisfied. Thank you.
Great, thank you for addressing that. So I did want to get to some of my comments. So as I sat down to reflect on tonight's vote, I did go back through all my notes, as you expect. I thought about what new thing I could possibly offer. As I tend to be a pretty rational decision maker, I listen, I take an input, I weigh the facts, I ask for questions, I look for areas of compromise to make sure we're being responsive to everybody. I even categorize all the public comments we've got to make sure that we are addressing everything we heard. And through the 2.5 years, I've personally not only attended our council meetings and work sessions as to be expected, but also listened to every deliberation in a planning commission meeting, every public comment at various community forums, the walking tour, multiple personal office hours and group office hours, taken notes, digested them. I'm not sure anyone else can say that because I am a glutton for punishment, but I personally feel like we have been far from rushing through this. So I certainly could recap everything based on the facts in front of us because the ordinance does improve on a number of places. One, what is currently allowed in T-zones, as we just talked about, tree canopy and pervious limits that don't exist today. One that we haven't talked about is there's currently a 0-foot rear yard setback, and that is increasing to 15 feet. Correct, Jack? Thank you. Second, how the ordinance has actually evolved over 2.5 years at nearly 30 public meetings, and certainly from even 18 months ago when we cast our first reading. It's incorporated compromises based on public input, planning commission study and deliberation, balanced with market reality. And just because it doesn't incorporate every single comment doesn't mean we're not being responsive. Our job is to listen to all the sides and strike the balance based on the needs of the community and the future of the city. Third, this ordinance also improves on what is appropriate for a transition district between the heights, the setbacks, new step backs, lot coverage, units per acre. All those are appropriate buffers between what should be between a residential district and a commercial district. How this won't be like the spectrum, which is 10 feet taller than what's being proposed, has narrower sidewalks and smaller setbacks than what's being proposed as well. How actual T-zone parcels, and thank you, Jack, for adding this based on our last discussion, are less than 1 acre and based on the densities proposed, what we're actually going to see from the building envelope, what can go inside the envelope, the size of the units, the resulting projects are going to be townhomes of 20 to 30 units or stacked condos or townhomes, all housing types that we desperately need and want in our community. I did want to address a couple of concerns we've heard tonight too, how that it's not affordable enough or this won't do enough. I was in this EDC meeting that was quoted in council in 2021. T-zones was never about affordable housing, but unfortunately has been co-opted as not affordable enough, and therefore we shouldn't do it. Modernizing T-zones was for 3 things. 1, to encourage small infill development because we knew that there would be large projects across the city. And we all believe that the city is a more interesting and better place if it doesn't have only large mixed-use developments. We wanted to encourage small development, and why wasn't that happening? This was the actual EDC discussion that was probably recorded because it was back in our COVID days when we were all virtual. And so that was the genesis of this. It was not about affordable housing. It was create more diverse housing types and small infill projects. And T-zones at 3% of the city's land can't possibly address affordable housing, but it can begin to add more diverse housing stock that we don't have and yield more diverse housing beyond apartments and $2 million homes. The latest research that Debbie also cited shows that adding market rate housing across the entire price spectrum does help alleviate prices across the entire spectrum. So while $800,000 to $1 million doesn't seem affordable enough, it is now, frankly, the median home price in Falls Church, and that kind of starter home stock is sorely needed. The next thing I wanted to make sure I call out and address is how this is a blank check for developers, which is also not true. While this may seem like less citizen approval than what normally happens with large mixed-use projects, I believe it is appropriate for a few reasons, and we have carefully thought about it. 1, the small size of projects that happen in T-zones are less than 1 acre. So this impact is relatively small. Second, we've both carefully defined both the building envelope maximums, the densities allowed within the envelopes to be appropriate for transition districts, so we know what we are going to get. Again, we don't want every corner to have multi-acre tall buildings and instead want small infill development, especially middle housing we don't have. And the latter is often done with small developers. And a long, expensive process that we normally ask large developers to do is cost prohibitive for these small players, which is why T-zones haven't changed in 20 years. And because we want small-scale development, this is why we are trying to make it less cost prohibitive. And given how tightly we've defined the T-zone rules, to me, the risk is relatively low than further inaction. So I could go through more and more about how I would make this rationally, but I realize that this is not about rational decision-making. The concerns that we're hearing are emotional, and that is much harder to address. Because at the heart of emotional decision-making is fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of change, fear of the popular word unintended consequences, and rooted in a mindset of scarcity. That more neighbors will take up street parking, so I'll have less. More neighbors will mean my child's classroom will be crowded, so my child will have less. More neighbors will mean more congestion, which means I'll have less time because I'll spend that sitting in a car. More changes mean my property values will go down. I can again rationally address each of those concerns, and we tried because 1, there is plenty of parking, and more people are car-free and car-light, and we've heard from some of them tonight. And we've been making Falls Church more walkable. Second, we actually have plenty of school capacity because we spent years adding capacity. Our enrollment is actually still below pre-COVID levels, and we're only using 70% of school capacity. Third, VDOT data actually shows that more people does not automatically mean more traffic volumes, and walker, more dense neighborhoods continue to command a 10 to 20% premium price, so your property values will not tank as a result of this. So I know that zoning changes are not without risk, but having the diligent work of staff work through multiple iterations, market test this, and all the guardrails we've put in place, environmental protections that don't exist today, learning from each project, listening to the community, incorporating feedback, I believe the risk of inaction here outweighs that small risk of making these changes tonight. So if we keep the rules exactly as what's been today, the market has shown us that it's economically infeasible and unbuildable. Nothing will continue to get built, as that's been the case of T-zones in the past 20 years. So if we are to live our values of being a more inclusive community, communities have to evolve and adapt based on the needs of the future and the needs of the community. This is a very small incremental change that will feel scary, and that fear is very natural, and I understand it, but I promise you the sky will not fall tomorrow. And a challenge up here. I want to echo kind of the civility comments from Debbie. It is very disheartening to hear how divisive this is. We are going to disagree, but how we treat each other really matters. We will continue to have serious policy discussions about the future of the city, and we can and should be better than perpetuating misinformation or lobbying accusations about each other about special interests, or worse, accusing staff who've been nothing but diligent and professional. Emotions and tempers are really hot in the community, I understand, but the tone really starts with us up here, so I challenge all of us to be better. Thank you.
All right, other speakers? Does anyone have anything else they want to say before we move to a vote? Ms. Connolly?
I will 100% support what Ms. Hardy said. I had other remarks, but you've covered everything tonight and very eloquently, so thank you. Ms. Hescott and Ms. Hardy, I agree completely with what you've had to say. I think this issue is unnecessarily divisive. When we first started talking about it, it took me a while to really understand what we were doing. But once we've been able to define the box, define the density of what can go in there, to be able to identify the types of housing we want, the size of the housing that we want. These lots are small. We're not, as I said 2 weeks ago, we're not going to build the Spectrum again. We've made sure of that. There's plenty of parking. There's plenty of space. We aren't in a scarcity location. So I feel like all the things that Mrs. Scott, Ms. Hardy said are very true, and I really appreciate the work staff has put into this, and I appreciate the community input. And while I don't agree with all of you, I appreciate the heartfelt way that you have shared all of this information. I think this is a really good move to move Falls Church forward, and I will be voting to support it.
Okay, other comments?
I'll be quick. I'll be quick, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I am so proud to be a citizen of a community that is so vocal. And, you know, comes and attends city council meetings and is able to with passion, to express what their thoughts are. And all of us have this commonality of bringing to the table a passion, you know, for what the future of this city, you know, is going to be. So I just want, from my perspective, you know, I really respect that the intent from the multiple one-off conversations, group meetings, you know, planning council sessions I've attended, you know, city council meetings I've attended on T-zones, all of them, you know, that's really the intent. We all want a vibrant and resilient city, and I think it's really important to understand, you know, we want a more sustainable and equitable city. This is about families with deep roots, but it's also about newcomers hoping to establish deep roots. You know, entrepreneurs looking to grow a business and businesses coming to the city. So I intend to vote in support of T-zones. I appreciate all the work that the staff has done. Even in our last meeting, they came back and processed and heard all the comments. There's net new information in the staff report that cites what the result of the density analysis looks like when we take a look at supporting housing diversity. I think it's very sad if that is looked down on as an intent or objective as part of this. I think that is a very noble intent coming out of this T-zone proposal, and staff has delivered that as net new in this report. We're looking at, you know, opportunities to build, you know, units with smaller square footage at about, 30, I think I read in the examples on some of the lots up around 30 to 40, with, you know, 2 of those units at 80% AMI. I think that is incrementally beneficial and provides impact that is valuable to us. So I want to thank everybody on this dais. I want to thank all of you, and respectfully look forward to this vote tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks that have been most recently made by my colleagues. I do not have a oration prepared. Good news for the mayor. I just wanted to say, from the perspective of someone who's been here for 11 and a half years and engaged in debates over many controversial issues, development, otherwise, hardly any good thing happens without some degree of intense disagreement and controversy. I can remember the old chambers being filled to the brim with folks who were very unhappy that we were going to build a new mixed-use building on the site of where Anthony's Restaurant was. I remember I'd only been on council for a few months at that time, and I remember thinking that I was voting myself out of office almost immediately by, supporting what I saw as a good project at the heart of our city. That is to say that compared to some of the other debates that we've had here, I've found this one to be intellectually interesting. The comments made tonight by the citizens, pro and con, are very thoughtful by and large, and the manner in which they were delivered, very measured. And I want to thank you all for that. I hope going forward, when I'm out there in the audience, that you all will continue to tackle this issue of housing, because it is, as has been expressed, not only a national and regional, but a community-based need. The income that my spouse and I, Leslie, had when we moved into Falls Church in 1985 was not quite $60,000. We were two college-educated, folks from good situations who were lucky enough to nab a house that cost $110,000. That income today would, with inflation adjusted, work out to be about $170,000. What have we done? What have I done in my years in public service to provide a housing opportunity for a household with an income of $170,000 in the city of Falls Church? Well, the answer is not enough, I think. I think we've made good progress on the affordable housing component. We've added approximately, 100 or so units. We've made good progress on trying to help the elderly community with the Sunrise and the Kensington and the West Falls Senior Project and hopefully the Quinn Project coming up. But we've really not been able to tackle the inertia that the market has, weighed down upon us to help young professionals get their starter home or their maybe second starter home in the city of Falls Church. I would hope that we would commit ourselves to that. I see what we're discussing tonight as a small little baby incremental step in that direction, in that it could provide housing supply that would be accessible to folks with incomes of perhaps around $200,000. It's hard to believe, I know, for some folks to see that as, a group that is in need, but it is. I mean, it is. Hardly anybody that I moved into town with in 1985 could afford to buy the house they now live in. And I think we need to, as staff has shown in the reports they've given us, we need to catch up in that area. And I see this measure as one way of doing that, starting the process of doing it. It's going to be a long journey, I think. The one thing the mayor has spoken to several times with his vast expertise in development is risk. There is risk to the plan that we're laying out here. in that the city would give up a certain amount of control in a by right development situation. I think it's just honest intellectually to acknowledge that. And so my question is, when we take risk, is it experience-based? Is it needs-driven? And my answer to that is, in this case, I think it is. I think we've shown in other developments we've done around town where we did have the leverage, I acknowledge that, but we've shown that, some pretty big risks have paid off pretty well for us. I feel like this council has established the credibility to take a small, measured, calculated risk. Is it a needs-based risk? Well, I spoke to that earlier. Yes, we have a need for housing of all types, but particularly in this, category that I think this proposal will begin to help us develop some action on townhouses. And is it a values-based risk? Well, yes, I don't think we need national polls or anything to tell us that, Falls Church is a progressive community which seeks to be welcoming. All the things in the vision statement, I believe, are still true. And so I'm prepared to take a needs-based, value-based risk that prudent, small-scale, incremental development in T-zones is the right thing to do. I would ask, after I leave office, that we continue to, bite at the apple of this thing called transition zoning. It really never made any sense to me, still doesn't, how, institutions like Columbia Baptist and Kaiser and Sunrise, buildings which are in no way a transition from anything, they are their own thing, are in the same category of some of the, other smaller sites where we're talking about trying to increase housing opportunity. We've not really paid much attention to transition zones during my time because we were so occupied with big things like the water sale and the special exception developments, the West Falls project. All of the things that we've been busying ourselves with have postponed a real discussion about transition zones. I'd like to see the label itself abolished and something that more accurately reflects what we're trying to accomplish, described as. When we take our oath of office here, we profess to uphold the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia and the Constitution of the United States of America, which says, we the people, in order to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. I put a lot of weight on that our posterity part because what we do here today in our fleeting time that we spend on a dais is important, of course, to the people who live here today, to me, to all my colleagues. But really what we're doing is trying to build a community for the future. And a future-proofed community is going to need to take the kind of incremental steps that we begin to take tonight in order to secure the blessings of liberty for our posterity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have any last comments they'd like to make? All right, I'm going to go ahead then and once again, for the last time, give my objections to this proposal. I don't think it's ready, as I've said before. It does feel rushed, even though we've been talking about this for 2 years. Why? Because every week we have made significant changes, or folks have made significant changes to this proposal. It hasn't been time to be fully considered or contemplated, and so each week something new comes along the way, and it just hasn't been fully thought out. There's so many elements to this, and let me talk about a few of them. One, parking. Right now we have 2.5 units per townhouse space. This proposal would make it 1. Well, 2.5 units per parking per townhouse unit is not enough already. You can see multiple cars parked in the townhouse developments we already have along Park Avenue. And Park Avenue is already underparked with things like the library that doesn't have adequate parking, State Theater, and other things. So I think our parking situation there needs to change. Secondly, historic properties. We've heard numerous times about this and this notion, even tonight, that, well, we're going to deal with it later on. We'll figure it out later on. That's not the time to try to preserve historic properties. You had three out of the 4 owners said, we really don't know what's going on. That's concerning if you want to save those properties. And I don't know whether that means we're looking forward to, making some money and selling out. Who knows what that means? But the time to contemplate addressing issues like this is not after you pass the ordinance, after someone could go pull building permits, but it's before you do that. So historic properties have not been addressed. I believe it's out of scale for the neighborhood. The back of the spectrum is not that far off from what this proposal will allow. And no matter what size sidewalk width it has in front of it, it is too big, in my opinion, for that neighborhood. We've spent time talking about making Park Avenue a great street. We've fretted about tree roots, whether if we increase the sidewalk width. Well, this ain't going to allow any of that stuff, And so, to my mind, this proposal is significantly out of scale for the properties that currently exist on this beautiful street. The houses on stilts, we've talked about that. I've talked about that numerous times. To me, that's going to be one of the unintended consequences of this development. Nobody's going to want to underground park a 20-unit development. And what's that going to mean? It's going to be a lot of surface parking. And so where's your building going to go? It's going to go on top of the surface parking. We've talked about screening walls, and so maybe that's what you look at when you walk down Park Avenue going forward, is potentially screening walls that cover up parking. And so there's a lot of things like this that really haven't been thought through. I've spent decades working in private development. It's what I do. It's my career. And I would just say that developers aren't always thinking the same way the community is, and it's not always thinking the same way as city council folks do. And there's a lot of unintended consequences that you really can't consider, which will get me to a point I'll make in a minute about just this by right, having the preponderance of this development occur by right. It takes the guardrails off. I would also say, look, I've been supportive of development. I've been one of, and I might even suggest, the architects of a lot of the development that has occurred in this city. And there's plenty of places for high-density development. Those are our commercial corridors. I think right now we have probably over 1,000 housing units under construction. Yeah, that's right, 1,000 units under construction as we speak. So if we're talking about creating new housing opportunities, we got plenty of them, and we're undertaking them right now. How many housing units will come along Park Avenue? I don't know, but probably less than would be on one commercial development on one of our major streets. And on those major developments, we get committed affordable housing units. We get school capital contributions. We get LEED Gold environmental sustainability. We get electric car chargers. We get a whole bunch of things that we don't get in by right development, and we will never get in by right development. I would also suggest that we can't micromanage development. We're trying to hit certain price points, and we're going to have properties that are going to sell between $875 and $925. Look, I've done this long enough professionally. You don't know what the market's going to be. You may think you do, and there may be some sweet spot or something that you never thought of, and all of a sudden people drive a truck through it because that's what is the most financially advantageous thing to do. So I would just caution that just because we think we can exactly precisely know what's going to happen, we can't. We can't stipulate that houses are sold. They could be retained and rented as rental properties. We cannot require people to sell condominiums. We can't do any of that. So the notion that we're going to get certain units are going to sell at certain prices, to me, is misguided. Affordable housing, we've talked about this. Now it's this notion of a new kind of housing, a new mix of housing. But the reality is getting committed affordable housing is something that is possible. We've done it all over the city. And frankly, the vast majority of the housing units we've gotten in recent years have been through projects like Whole Foods that has 10% of the units committed affordable housing for the life of the project. That's been the great success, to my mind, of affordable housing, is all we've gotten through our special exception process. I would also state, just in general, too, this notion that people who don't agree with what's being proposed are somehow irrational. They don't understand, what's being proposed. They really should think about it some more. To be honest, I find it condescending to the constituents, our constituents as a whole. Let me just end with by right development. By right development is exactly that. The Planning Commission does not have the right to would you please change that color of brick? They might ask, but they can't demand anything. And if it meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance, you have to approve it. It's a ministerial act. It's not a legislative act. This proposal could be a legislative act, where the city council or others could have much more control over ultimately what goes in there for the benefit of the common good. And that would eliminate issues that we're talking about right now. If this proposal were to change to provide less dense development by right and more through the special exception or SUP process. We've chosen not to do that, or some have chosen not to do that. I think it's a mistake. And I think we'll find that out over the next couple of years when, we get things we don't like, and then we scramble to try to change the ordinance. But after the horse is out of the barn, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. So anyway, I'm not going to be supporting it for the reasons I just stated. I think this is a missed opportunity, but we'll see where it ends up. Thank you all for your time, your consideration, your patience. We've got a motion on the table up for a vote. Unless there's anything else to be said, let's go ahead and take our vote, and then we'll take a recess. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No.
Mayor Tarter?
No.
Motion carries 5-2. Thank you, council.
Thank you. And I propose we take a 10-minute recess now and reconvene at 9:45.
Thank you, Mr. Trainer. Thank you, staff.
Vehicles and Traffic, Article 1 in general of the City Code of the City of Falls Church to add thereto a new section 26-21 allowing photo speed monitoring devices and adding a fine for violations.
Okay, Mr. Shields, are you handling this, or?
I'll give a quick summary. I see Chief Gavin is on the call, and I think we'll just be here to answer any questions the council will have. This ordinance is intended to authorize the use of speed cameras in the city. We have one location on West Broad Street where we have worked with, done the due diligence on assessing that location near St. James School, and that's where we would intend to install a speed camera for traffic control on Broad Street. The ordinance would also set a fine in the amount of $100 per violation. This ordinance is before the council on second reading. There is one minor change to the definition of school to more sort of exactly track the VDOT definition of a school, which is in their engineering standards for setting school zones for speed control. So maybe we'll stop there with our staff report because the council has reviewed this ordinance at first reading and at work session. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, are there any questions? This is what we took up just recently. Mr. Snyder.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So there are some limitations here. We can't do preschool and pretty severe limitations on what we're able to do and the way we would do it. Could you please explain why we can't do more?
So we, this is, as we discussed at first reading, this ordinance that authorizes photo monitoring devices to enforce speed limits does not have a definition of what a school is. And so it prompted a council discussion about could we include preschools. VDOT does have a published standard in terms of setting the speed control districts around schools for VDOT purposes. Staff would recommend that we follow that VDOT standard as we roll this program forward. And the reasoning is we'll be enforcing this, we'll be issuing citations, and we believe that following that published standard is a solid way to proceed.
Okay, so what I understood from the prior discussion is a fear that if we attempted to expand, that it might be challenged and we might end up with law enforcement actions that would be nullified. Is that right? It would be nulled.
That's a concern, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Mr. Mayor, when it's appropriate, I'd love to move this ordinance.
Okay. Other comments? Ms. Hardy?
I have two. One, I know that the staff report says that this is expected to be cost neutral, but should we have excess revenue beyond the cost to run this, where would the revenue go?
It would go to the general fund.
Okay. We could talk about it maybe at the next, once it's implemented, I'd like to kind of monitor what the fee revenue is, because I do think that it's important that we would direct funding for transportation safety, right? So if we're collecting it based on people speeding, it should be directed back to that area. It may not be an issue, it ends up being cost neutral, but I wanted to put that marker out there. Second, I think we all agree that this is not the solution. This is one of many solutions. And so in that vein of kind of the other tools in the toolbox, we had funded the rapid response kind of team probably about a year ago at this point. So we don't have to do it tonight, given that we have other agenda items. But separately, I think we all were very much looking forward to seeing more output from that team. And I know we've had various staffing challenges, but I would like for us to get an update on where we stand with that team, what the queue of work is that I think is probably continuing to grow, given that we haven't been able to make as much headway on that, and how we can best respond to that if that team can't be fully staffed yet. Because while I think this is a necessary thing that we will all support, I do want to make sure we are responsive to the continued concerns, because as I door knock and hear from the community in office hours, transportation safety is the #1 issue. People worry about behavior of cars that are frankly reckless these days. And so between the rapid response team, neighborhood traffic calming, administrative updates where we can, enforcement by police and others, I would like to make sure we have a more comprehensive discussion on where that stands. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any public comment? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Mr. Snyder, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to adopt TO 23-12.
We have a second. Ms. Hardy on the second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Conley.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Duncan.
Yes.
Ms. Hardy.
Yes.
Ms. Leon.
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott.
Yes.
Mr. Snyder.
Yeah.
Mayor Tarter.
Yes,
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
thank you. Let's move on to the next item.
Yes, our next item is TR 23-28, resolution to approve the Sixth Amendment to Comprehensive Agreement authorized in Resolution 2019-15, as subsequently amended in Resolutions 2021-01, 2021-23, 2022-05, 2022-17, and 2023-17 with WF Developer Development LLC for the West Falls Church Economic Development Project, and authorize the city manager to execute the amendment to extend the closing date for Senior Living Pad D1 Phase 1B.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter. I will make a few introductory comments, and then we do have some guests in the council chambers tonight who would like to speak. What is before council is a resolution that would grant a 3.5-month extension for closing on the senior component of the West Falls Economic Development Project. The City Council approved Comprehensive Agreement Amendment Number 5 over the summer that granted a 1-year extension to, or a 13-month extension to the current deadline of July 15th, 2024. This would add 3.5 months in addition to that. Also in the action in July, Hoffman representatives were before the City Council to discuss a number of matters. But they did report that they were actively pursuing a new senior developer and senior operator for the West Falls project, and they stated that they would be able to come back to council in September with a report on who their preferred developer and operator would be. And so tonight we will be joined by the president of Experience Senior Living, Mr. Phil Barklow, Hunter McLeod as the senior vice president, and William Maggard, also senior vice president with Experience Senior Living. They would like to make a short presentation to the council to introduce themselves and talk about this project. We're also joined by Mary Beth Afedisian, who's representing Hoffman Associates, and she'd be happy to answer any questions and discuss this with the City Council as well. So the intent of this resolution is pretty simple. It would do just a few limited things. One, it would extend the outside closing date on the senior component to the West Falls project from July 15th, 2024 to October 31st, 2024. The amendment also will clarify that the city's obligations under the comprehensive agreement are to be carried out by the city manager unless there is a change to the terms in that agreement, in which case that approval would be by the City Council. And then third, this action would approve Experience Senior Living LLC and Experience Senior Living Developer LLC as an approved senior living operator and developer, respectively. And so that is a summary of the staff report. When the council discussed this item earlier, there were a few other provisions, including treatment of the wall of the garage, and I think the Mary Beth Afedisian can provide an update on that as well. So maybe in terms of next steps, Ms. Afedisian, should I turn it over to you next, or do we want to hear directly from our colleagues with Experience Senior Living? Okay. So, Mayor, if there's not any objection, if we could have an introduction for our executive team from Experience Senior Living. They'd like to introduce themselves to you and answer any questions the council might have. Thank you for joining us. They've come across the country from Denver, Colorado to join the council at this meeting tonight.
All right, well, thank you so much for traveling to see us. We're delighted to have you here in person with us. And welcome anything you might want to tell us, and hopefully you'll be able to answer some questions if some of my colleagues have questions as well.
Absolutely.
Did you all have a presentation, or are you just going to speak?
We do, but we could speak as well if you don't have the presentation.
I apologize, we didn't work through the choreography of that in advance. So I don't have the slides, I think, loaded up on the city system.
Can we just go ahead and do that quickly, though? I mean, I tell you,
Just talk through it. Well, if you want to email them to me, then we could try to get them conveyed that way.
I think we'll just talk through it if that's okay.
Sure.
With respect to the council.
Okay.
Thank you all for having us here. We're excited to be here. Thanks for staying open late for us, coming from the mountain region. We'll keep our comments brief and introduction brief, but excited to be part of this city and part of this West Falls development. So Experience Senior Living started 7 years ago with development arm of NextCore, which is our parent company. It's one of the largest healthcare developers in the United States. My name is Phil Barkle. I'm the president of Experience Senior Living, and I'm joined with Hunter McLeod, who's our head of development on the senior living side. So we are a fully integrated owner-operator developer of senior living communities. This will actually be our 18th community that we'll break ground on, and our second in Virginia. We actually have 10 communities operating. Our first in Virginia opened in Richmond about 3 weeks ago. So we're excited about being in Virginia and being great neighbors to you all. Hunter will talk a little bit about our capital relationships and how we view our developments, but more importantly, I just wanted to, again, express my gratitude for welcoming us here and our excitement of being part of the West Falls community and bringing senior living to an urban, vibrant environment that will allow the seniors of Falls Church to be able to age in place and live in their community and be part of the deep roots that they have in this community with their families, their friends, and part of the social environment that will be part of the West Falls greater community. So, Hunter, you want to cover?
Yeah, thanks for having us. Just real quick from a company perspective, we are fully integrated owner, operator, developer, and I think that's really important. One, because we're not bringing in a third party and they're relaying kind of the design that they want. We are in complete control of the design and operations and integration in the community. And we take that to heart in everything we build. So we're sitting in every single design meeting, working with the general contractor, working with you as a city, and obviously Hoffman and the neighbors. Being part of the retail component with everything that's going on right there, including the multi-generational aspect of the school, is something we look for in every site, and we don't always get that opportunity. So having the walkability, having the intergenerational approach, and then the greater development is exciting to us. In terms of capital, just real quick, we are constantly working with institutional partners. We also have a few high net worth and multifamily offices that we work with from a capital perspective. Certainly be going out and working with lenders in the community as well. But a lot of opportunity both here and in Falls Church. I've been watching this development actually unfold for quite some time, and when I heard the original developer had this, I was quite jealous. So I'm excited to get a second bite at the apple and be here in front of you tonight. So thank you.
So last comment I'll make before we welcome any questions from you all is I've had several of you come to me today and say, we're so impressed that you all came out and met with us in person. And I'm really kind of surprised by that and taken aback, because that's who you get when you work with Experience Senior Living. We are very passionate about it. We love working with local consultants like Perkins Eastman, HIT, who's our contractor, who's doing our first project in the DMV market. We're incredibly excited to work with them again on this project, but I can assure you, whether there's issues to work through or milestones to celebrate, you'll get me and you'll get Hunter as we develop this community and own and operate it long term. So welcome any questions or comments the council has.
All right, well, thank you. While we're waiting around, I've got maybe a couple I might ask you real quick. So there's an approval for the building, the facade, all of that. Do you all have changes you're seeking to that, or are you?
The changes to the facade will be minor in nature. Because we are a different operator than the previous developer, we are making some interior modifications to the floor levels, but in general, the renderings you have seen will be very similar to what you're going to see again. We're
Got
not
it.
making any wholesale changes to the building or the height or the number of units.
Okay, and so both, I mean, interior, it's one thing, the facade, again, minor changes, the GFA and all that basically staying the same, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me ask you, so you're the owner, you'll be an owner, a developer, owner, and operator, all of those together?
That's correct. We are in every single one of our.
It seems a bit unusual, or at least in my experience, maybe, not as common that everyone does all three of those elements, so.
We will, I mean, we will have outside investors.
Yeah.
But yeah, we sit on the guarantees and we put up equity in the deal. So it is unique, but it also gives us a strong competitive advantage in the market, given we don't have to go to an outside party to make decisions, both from an operations perspective, but also a development perspective.
And I'm not familiar with your company per se, which it doesn't mean much, but I'm just, in terms of trying to figure out like what kind of level operator you're, who would you consider you're kind of comparable to in the marketplace?
I would say from a developer operator, probably the Mather is in Tyson's is the one that I think of most consistently because of the vertical integration and also that they have independent living, assisted living, and memory care. So we do offer the full continuum and quality of construction and design. Brightview as well is another one in this region that we would say is a friendly competitor of ours.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. I do want to talk, maybe not so much to you, but about the facade of the garage, which I imagine you've heard about as well.
Yes.
It's a real blank, kind of stands out, ugly is maybe not the right word, but it definitely needs something on it, and we'd like to see that sooner as opposed to later. But let's open it up to other questions, and then we'll go ahead and talk maybe a little bit more about that. Ms. Connolly?
Thanks for coming.
Of course.
Glad to see you here in Falls Church. Just one question really about the timing. When we originally approved all this, everything was going to be built at one time so that there wouldn't be as much disruption to the other properties. What's your plan to build so that, because all those other things are going to be there at the same time? Do you have laydown areas and all that set up and arranged?
Yeah, I let Hunter handle the capital markets, so I'll let him handle this question.
It's been a topic of conversation weekly, and we understand the potential disruption of us coming in at a later date. Certainly, we would have loved to be part of the original phase, but the reality is we're starting essentially with a concept design, and we have to fully design it and get it capitalized and get it to market. So that's the need for the additional time. There's no way we could essentially break ground by July of next year.
I'll just clarify. I'm not questioning the additional time. I'm more questioning the logistics of the school, the transportation. Will have gotten through so much development and construction, and then your project will start.
That's correct.
So that extends that period. So I'm just wondering, I mean, maybe it's too specific at this point to say, how will you handle Mustang Alley? But are those in your plans as you go forward to make sure that what's there is either not going to change or not be as interrupted as it could be? How are you handling all that? That's my question.
Yes. We did have a meeting with the school about 2 weeks ago to discuss the logistics of keeping Mustang Alley open and the retail boulevard open as much as possible. That includes, timing of deliveries, timing of concrete pours. In terms of laydown areas, we are working with Hoffman. They're a Phase 2 site that's adjacent to the garage wall that we'll be discussing. We'll be using that as laydown area and area for our trailers for the construction crews. So we will continue to work with the school and the city to ensure that we've got all that coordination in place, and we are working during appropriate times throughout the construction project. I don't have everything, so your point's well taken. We've got a lot of work to do, but we'll continue to work.
Right. I appreciate that because we couldn't possibly have everything at this point, but it's good to know that you're committed to making sure it works with what's there and from the beginning to the end. Thanks.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you for joining us, especially the late hour. I'm glad you mentioned the Mather because I did see an ad for it and I just quickly looked it up. So the Mather is 62 and up condos. Are you all keeping it as a rental model or going to have a for sale option?
It's going to be 100% rental.
Okay.
That's the way that we design and build all of our communities.
And the same mix that I think we had talked about with the previous operator, about like 60% was, I think, independent living, and then,
60% independent living, the rest licensed.
okay, great, thank you, that's it.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Snyder?
Two quick questions for the city manager. I see that the purpose of the amendment in number 2, clarify the city's obligations. Can you point to the line where we do that, and why are we doing that?
As we're calling up the document, and we'll point to where that language is, the comprehensive agreement lays out a number of city approvals that are really kind of in the nature of business approvals. And it also lays out a commercially reasonable time for the city to give those approvals. And typically, it's 10 business days to turn around approvals on those issues. And so when we were negotiating the comprehensive agreement, it was envisioned that the city approvals would be administrative in nature for those types of approvals. And in discussing with the city attorney, that was not a defined issue in the comprehensive agreement, so we think that clarity would be helpful as we administer the comprehensive agreement going forward.
So let me ask you some follow-up questions. How about if there's a delay of performance?
So that would be a change to terms, and so that would be something like this that comes to the city council.
And how about a change that might reduce the revenue flow to the city?
Well, certainly anything that relates to lease terms, that would come to the city council for approval.
But other things that could potentially cost the city revenue, you could approve?
Well, I think what they're in, so as an example, one of the approvals is the city gets to approve the senior operator. And so that was something that, in kind of our discussions internally, I think that was envisioned as an administrative approval after due diligence. And so the types of due diligence we have done on ESL from a staff perspective, it has been sort of a combination of a financial due diligence where we've had our independent commercial real estate advisor through an NDA agreement have access to the financials of ESL and provide us with an opinion. Do they have the financial wherewithal to be able to proceed and to be able to execute this project? So that due diligence has been done and been provided to us. In addition, we've done staff research on ESL, really just in the nature of a digital search of kind of the company profile, as well as phone calls to colleagues across the country who have worked with ESL through government processes. So that's an approval process that was envisioned to be an administrative one in nature. So in this, what's before the City Council tonight, just for belts and suspenders, we're listing ESL as an approved operator so that the city approval is actually a City Council approval, but that's an example of one that I had envisioned as being an administrative approval. On the other hand, the extension of the date clearly was a change in terms. That's a council approval. So that's an example of the difference between the two.
Okay, so a follow-up question on the revenue impacts of this. Does this affect the revenue the city would obtain?
So this is referenced in the staff report, and it was discussed with the one-year extension that was granted with Comprehensive Agreement Amendment Number 5. So the city has an economic development agreement with Hoffman in which 2 years of real estate taxes were abated during the construction period. And then in year 3 through year 7, there was a ramping up of taxes that would be paid as construction comes online. So with the delay, there is an impact because the senior component was contributing a portion of the ramp up in taxes. So this delay, the year delay that was approved in July had approximately, a $250,000 impact in FY25 of taxes that will be collected, but they'll be collected in FY26 or at a later date. So this additional 3.5 months does not have a similar impact, but nonetheless, any kind of delay or deferral does have a delay to tax revenues coming on board for the city.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments? Why don't we talk about the wall?
Sure.
If we can. I don't know if Ms. Afadisian is available. Hi, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Sure, I understand you've been speaking with the city manager and staff about this wall.
Yeah,
and what we
yes.
might do to clean that up and make it look a little more presentable in a
Yeah,
time.
we have a number of things that we're considering right now. One of them is to do like a vinyl wrap on the wall that has something decorative to jazz it up. This week we got a proposal from a company that does placemaking, and we interviewed this gentleman regarding the site generally, but as part of that conversation, we also talked about the wall, perhaps adding that to his scope of finding an artist to actually paint a mural on the wall or some sort of decorative artwork on the wall. And we've got some ideas on that. We have to still select an artist if we're going to go that route and evaluate the pros and cons of painting the wall versus doing the wrap on the wall, because they both have about the same lasting effect. It's something that not to be rushed, because we want to, we had an idea when I sort of was feeling that, this was going to be a topic, a bone of contention at this hearing. I tried to kind of quickly pull something together, threw it up to see if it would stick with our internal group, and they were like, nah, you can do better. Go back to the drawing board. And it basically proved to me this isn't something to be rushed. We want to make sure that it's thoughtful, that it's got the right character, that, to the extent you want to have some input on the look and aesthetic of it, I'm happy to entertain that idea. And then I later found out as well that there are temperature and weather constraints to the time of year that you can apply. The vinyl, for instance, has to be above 50 degrees. Of course, the artist might not want to work in inclement weather if we went that route. So the long story short is we are considering many different options. We don't want to rush it and do something hasty. We want to think the general theme that we've been thinking about is that it will be more or less a subtle artwork as opposed to something that's big and bold and a statement sort of thing. And the reason for that is eventually the lot that ESL has just indicated they're going to use as their laydown area during construction will have a building on it. And that building hasn't been designed yet. And this, whatever goes on the surface of this wall is going to perhaps be, 20, 30-year life to it. So to the extent there's a space created between that wall and the new building that creates light and air to get into that. Again, it's not designed, but I can foresee that being a possibility. I wouldn't want to have someone look out their condo window and stare at something that is too bold or not quiet and not subtle enough that it would detract from the marketability of the unit. So we're thinking of something that's more organic, that you might see bricks with vines growing on it, sort of a look, as opposed to something that's bright and powerful and, something with like objectionable statement-wise that would interfere with somebody's view out their window if, in fact, the building is designed that way. Other aspect of this is we have construction going on, active construction, and I think that if, in fact, and when I first met with you, I think I had been with the company for a month or two. I've now been there for about 7. I hadn't appreciated the fact that how could this have happened, that this wall hadn't been planned to have some sort of decorative treatment on it because, of course, of the adjacency of the future building that will be built next to it. And so I was thinking, you know, if this building had been designed with some sort of facade treatment, even if it was artwork, when would be the time that would go on and you would put it on towards the end of the job? Because just like when you're redecorating your house, you don't hang the expensive brand-new draperies until the painters have come in and finished and cleaned up behind themselves. For the same reason, you wouldn't necessarily put this artwork on this wall while there's active construction going on. That said, you know, I think given the temperature constraints that I'm now heading into winter, we had previously promised we would have this done before we asked for substantial completion for the project, which is by fourth quarter of '24, first quarter of '25, thereabouts, which is probably inclement weather towards the extremes of those two. We would be probably looking for installation of that sometime in the summer of next year or fall, as late as possible, so that it wouldn't get destroyed, dirtied, or otherwise soiled by dust, dirt, construction activity nearby. I get that it's objectionable for you to look at. It's objectionable for me to look at, too, and I appreciate that. I want to make sure that it's done in a thoughtful way, and that's my comment on that.
Sure. So, I mean, maybe I might suggest that we try to work together in some fashion, to maybe set some time limits on when it would get designed, you know, in cooperation with the city. Doesn't mean it gets built right when it gets designed, but have some, so it's not just sort of floating out there in space. For us, I mean, it's a pretty big eyesore, and when you go to, that's the approach to our school, is a giant blank wall. And, you know, as you say, maybe all of us should have been thinking more about this at an earlier time, but it is what it is. Here we are. But I think it'd be good if we set maybe some kind of parameters about when we can agree on a design. You know, maybe some process that you're going through now, either we're involved, i.e. the city's involved, or somehow we're working collaboratively to try to come up with a design that's mutually agreeable. And I don't think the city wants to be in your, you know, every little drop of what you do, but I think we do have an interest to it. It is the school, and this is a special exception process and project. And then secondly, I might suggest to you, instead of fall next year, but maybe aim towards summer, which seems to me a little bit more reasonable. We certainly understand the issues with the temperature, although these days it's 50 degrees, you know, 12 months out of the year, it seems like. But we would like to get something happening before it's too late. You know, in other words, we don't want to wait till the building goes up and then say, well, let's do something. So those are the two things I might suggest, is a process and a timetable to work with the city to come up with a mutually agreeable application of whatever kind it might be, and then the notion of scheduling it for next summer is what I might suggest. But others might weigh in and have different ideas. Other folks, Debbie, did you have something you want to say?
I was nodding in agreement.
Okay,
Is that-
great.
Yes, I agree.
Other comments? Ms. Hardy?
Yes, sooner better than later. I guess I appreciate the comment about, you know, drapes when your house is finished, but I think the analogy I'd use with Mr. Shields is I view this more as like the temporary aluminum blinds you would put up because you can't stand the view of it. And I think it's nicer for us. It's something that you guys shouldn't be proud of either, so I'd hate to detract from the quality of the project that we are very excited about to welcome in Falls Church. And so I agree with the mayor that sooner than later. And if you depending on whether this is considered public art, whether you would issue an official call for art in the community, that might take a couple months. I could see that taking us through the winter with an installation in the spring or summer would be great. Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Shields, is that something you guys could work together on?
So what I'm taking away from this conversation is that we would work with Hoffman to develop a process and a schedule, and we could probably do that over the course of the next month, to just sit down together to think that process through and that schedule through. We'll send that to the city council for your review and comment on that, and then we would proceed accordingly.
I think that works. Does that work for you?
That's fine.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I, on different topic, thank you, back to the experiential folks. Sort of a little bit more of what Ms. Connolly was plowing on. Our experience with the construction that's gone up at West Falls so far has been, most of the dialogue is between the school system and Hoffman, the developer, and the city, which has worked pretty well, I think. Some input from the county folks, but there's really been very little, surprisingly little, public input from people from the city of Falls Church. I think that will change because of when your building's coming online. And so I'm just wondering, what's your previous experience with this kind of, big scale infill development in terms of your community relations outreach? Because it's, as soon as the folks move into the condos, they will, be in your face about whatever. And that's fine. That's what we want. We want engaged citizens, and we want, the project to be good neighbor and so forth. But what's your corporate positioning on how you handle that?
Frankly, to be a good neighbor, right? I mean, we ultimately will be part of the community. Our reputation matters. So from the moment we started with Hoffman, they've given us insight into how they've handled it, both pre-construction and during construction, and we'll continue to have those conversations. We were just having one out in the hall, actually, about an incident that happened this week and how they handled it. But I think the outreach is also important. It's not just one conversation with the school and you're done. It's multiple conversations to ensure that they understand what we're doing and they're aligned with what we're doing and that they have the ability to give feedback. It's working with Hoffman to understand when they start moving in residents, what restrictions we could have, or how we need to be cautious, especially as the pedestrian-friendly and retail paths open. We have to be super careful with how our trucks are entering the site. It really is during construction, it's an urban infill location. So it's going to be just-in-time construction where we're plucking materials off of semis and putting them directly on the site. I mean, there's not a ton of laydown area. So we have to treat it like an urban location. We have to be cognizant of the trucks. We have to have traffic control. We have to work with the school and their schedule. Homecoming events and proms and football games and things like that. So really, I think it's the constant communication, and we're probably never really done with that communication until we've delivered the project.
Okay, you said all the right things. That's good. Just, as I say, our experience with the Hilton Garden Inn and Washington Broad and Founders 1, Founders 2 has shown that, that sort of constant communication is beneficial and expected, and it may seem unbelievable the effort to which you're going to go to build this building in the city of Falls Church, but there will be keen community interest in it, and just, make sure that somebody has got an email and a cell phone that's available to whoever may choose to call. So,
It's gonna be
welcome,
one of us.
welcome to the city
Yeah.
of Falls Church. And if you're out in Denver, expect calls at odd hours. But
That's okay.
no, I'm serious. I mean, I just got off the phone Thursday night with the Founders 2, community outreach effort, and some things went pretty well. Some things, frankly, fell a little short of my hopes. But I'm glad to have you here. Welcome. If you could just close out by explaining a little bit more about the business model. One question that we do get from up here on the dais and in the community sometimes is, why not condos? I'm sure you've got, your own business plan, but, explain that in a way that I can relay it to somebody who asked me that question who, I don't know, let's say is 65 years old and is looking to sell their house and wants to live in the city of Falls Church and is just kind of uncomfortable with the concept of renting for whatever reason they've always owned.
Sure. Couple comments. Thanks again for all the great feedback. This is actually our fourth high-rise that Hunter and I have developed. We're building a 9-story high-rise tower in South Denver right now that has a mural, so we're happy to participate in that discussion as well. And we worked with the city and the neighbors on that. 29-story high-rise in North Bethesda that we're hoping to break ground around the same time as this project as well, and obviously this one, and one we did together at a previous company. So I've had the same phone number for 27 years. It's an Orange County area code, and I've had people that I've been doing this 30 years. I have people that still call me from 30 years ago for advice on senior living. So it's not odd to me to get calls from at least 4 different time zones, if not more. So please feel free to add to that collection if you will. So the business model for us is really truly about serving our customers and our customers' experience. And when I say customers, I mean our residents, which are the tenants that live in our communities, obviously, their family members and our team members. And we feel the benefit of being a for-rent community is that we need to make our customers happy every single month, or they can give us a 30-day notice and leave our community. And we like that kind of pressure. We want to make sure that we're doing a great job and getting constant feedback from our customers, our neighbors, and those who have invested in our community, and changing. And truthfully, of the 30 years of my career, the customer has changed quite a bit. I remember serving the greatest generation and the silent generation early in my career, and that's not really who we're serving that much anymore. So as we've adjusted, having a for-rent model allows us to be flexible and be responsive to our customers' needs, and make sure that they're happy. And as I said, we like that kind of pressure.
So your model is not, I'm putting down a big wad of cash to move into the community, and I move up through the progression of care, the continuity of care. Your model is, I need a place starting January 1st. I pay my rent. I'm there. You make room for me if you've got room. And I choose or not to stay with your community if I need more care after I graduate from independent living. At some point, at any point along the line, I can get out without being encumbered by some cash deposit because that is, obviously another business model in the field you're in. But yours is not like that. Yours is more, as you said, 30-day notice sort of model.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's
unitary ownership. You're not having fragmented ownership of all 100 and umpty units.
That's exactly right. Yep. So we do have a full continuum of care, though. So most people do age in place with us because they do want to stay in their own home, in their neighborhood, next to their friends and family. But we do not offer skilled nursing, and there's no buy-in to our community.
Okay. Finally, I'm sorry if I seem overly interested in this topic,
think it's fantastic.
but I have in-laws who are in their 90s, and my father's almost 100, and the old man here is not getting any younger either. But I'm just curious if you've established any informal or personal relationship with Trammell Crow folks and their medical office building that's going up, because I know they're selling that as an amenity that's helpful to the people who live nearby. Is that any kind of thing that you would do formally, or does that just evolve once you get the building open?
Obviously want to be good neighbors once the building's opened. Trammell Crow is a medical office developer like our parent company is as well, so we've known them in any of the markets that they develop in. I personally know the Trammell Crow guys who are doing this building because I did a senior living community in the Palisades neighborhood in Washington, D.C. with them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there anything else we need to be talking about this evening? Do we have a motion?
Move to adopt TR 23-28.
Oh, all right.
Second.
We have a second. Any public comment? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. We have a motion and a second.
Ed, can you tell me the second, please?
Mr. Duncan?
Oh, well. Ms. Hiscott.
Thank you.
One of us. Pick one. Doesn't matter.
Pick Debbie.
All right. Let's go for
Are
the...
you ready?
Yep, let's
Okay.
do it.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Abstain.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out to see us. We hope to see you soon. Have a nice trip back. All right, let's move on to consent agenda. Anyone wish to remove any item from the consent agenda? If not, do we have a motion to pass the consent agenda?
Mayor, I move to pass the consent agenda.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. Do you want to go ahead and do this vote, Madam Clerk? Or can this
Sure,
voice vote?
we'll just do it.
All right.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan? Yes. Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to other business. Other business.
So, Mayor, we have two items on other business, and the first is a year-end report for FY23, and the second is a briefing on the Virginia Village project. The mayor also mentioned to me that maybe we'd have a third item to hold what is traditionally the mayor's meeting, which would be tomorrow morning, to try to have that discussion tonight, just a look ahead on council agenda items, therefore avoid a meeting tomorrow morning. So I would ask.
All right, let's do it. We got thumbs up on that, so yep.
Okay, if there's agreement on that, then I will ask the clerk just to, when we get to that item, to be able to put that up on the screen, and we can have a discussion about the agenda items looking ahead. So our year-end report. So with the FY23 numbers, it gives us a good data set that obviously impacts the current fiscal year. So we'll talk about what the revenue numbers mean in terms of where we are in the current fiscal year, and it also sets the stage for thinking about FY25 budget development. The report that you'll receive will have a revenue surplus. Back in May, when we provided our preliminary look at it, we projected about a $4.1 million revenue surplus. The numbers you'll see tonight are just over $4.3 million, so close to what we were predicting back in May, slightly larger. And it is a revenue surplus that is larger than that I can ever recall us having, and that is an indication of inflation and also the city's continued recovery from the pandemic ahead of our budget projections. And so that is a sign of strength in our business community. In addition to that, we have underspending in the budget, largely due to vacancies with the ongoing, but improving, and I would say significantly improving, difficulty of recruiting talent to the city organization. That amount is just about $900,000 of underspending. So there's about just over $5.2 million of funds that would, without any council action, go to unassigned fund balance. In October, we'll anticipate sitting down with the council to talk about uses and needs to meet with those dollars. And in tonight's presentation, we'll have a preliminary look, which is really the list that we presented last spring with a few updates. And the council, I think because of the late hour, we'll probably have a deeper discussion about those possible uses and the strategies we want to deploy with these surplus funds. Probably more in October, but we can have a preliminary discussion of it tonight. We do have a number of slides that Ms. Baba will go through. This same presentation was given to the Budget and Finance Committee last week. We'll do the same presentation, but we'll move through it more quickly than we did for Budget and Finance. Ms. Bawa?
Good evening, Mayor Tarter, members of the council. We have for you the preliminary and unaudited results for fiscal year 2023, and these are subject to change. We'll bring you the CAFR in early part of December with the audited results. We'll look at the revenues and expenditures, how we are expecting to end the fiscal year 23, compare that to our 24 projections that we set in the budget, and look at the fund balances and a quick update on ARPA. Moving along, so this chart on slide 3 shows an overall summary of how we ended the last fiscal year. In fiscal year 2023, general fund revenues came in above budget by $4.35 million, which is approximately 4.2% above the budget. And the expenditures show an underspending of $918, that's in the lower box, which is almost 1% of the budget, and preliminary due to savings realized from vacancies and staff turnover, and together resulting in a year-end balance of $5.27 million. Looking at the revenues, so this slide provides breakdown of the general fund revenues. Collections that came in 4.4% over budget, which is net of permit revenues. So by the end of fiscal year 23, almost all revenue categories have recovered to or exceeded pre-pandemic levels, with the exception of hotel tax, which is still at about 80% of its pre-pandemic levels. And compared to the budget, all revenue categories exceeded the budget target, except sales tax, which has been a bit of concern, which was 6.2% over under budget, as you see in the tax revenue top section. We will take a closer look at the local tax revenues in the next few slides. So I'll go on over to licenses and permits, which came in almost 2.9% over budget from collection from major projects in the city. And charges for recreation and athletic programs continue to grow and come in almost 15% over budget and about 17.7% over 2022. The last thing I'd like to call is the city's investments earned revenues, which at unprecedented levels for the last several years due to the interest rates that we're seeing that continue to climb. And that came in over budget by 1.37 million. So the next few slides provide a closer look at each of the 5 local economic indicators. The blue line shows the budget, and the red line shows the actual revenues over the last 10 years. If actuals are below budget, there's a deficit, and if the actuals are higher than the budget, it reflects a surplus. Personal property tax collections have gone up in the last year and is expected to be above budget again in 2024, and this is mainly due to the car prices. We had lowered the tax in 2023. However, the projections that were made, the prices are still higher than what we had projected. The next one is sales tax. So looking at actuals versus budget, clearly the sales tax experienced a surge during the pandemic, the year 2021, due to increased grocery and online sales. And in 2023, sales tax was budgeted to grow by about 5%, around its 5-year average. But the growth in online sales tapered, and the fiscal year 2023 sales tax came in 6.2% below budget, with a year-over-year growth of 2.6% over 2022, fiscal year 2022. Sales tax flattened and will require an 8.2% growth over the fiscal year 2023 actual to meet our budget projection in 2024. The next one is meals tax. This has been growing steadily as the line you see, till 2019, and then a big drop in 2020 and 21. That was the effect of the pandemic. And then in 2022 and 23, meals tax showed strong recovery. It came in at 18% above budget and 24.4% over fiscal year 22. So in order to meet next year's projections, meal tax needs to realize a 1.1% growth, which is in line with the 5-year, which is definitely achievable, given the pattern that we have. Business license tax. This is another category that continues to grow and is coming in at 16.6% above budget and 7.8% over last fiscal year 2022. So this is primarily due to significant increases in retail sales. That has been by far one of the categories that has seen a large increase. And then specialized occupations, construction activity, and repairs and personal services have seen growth in this. Business license tax projections were reduced in 21 to account for impact on businesses during COVID. However, people continues to grow across all industries, and in fiscal year 2023, budget was increased almost 40% to once we started seeing that the drop hadn't been realized during COVID, and the performance has been even stronger. And in fiscal year 2023, the BPOL collections are already ahead of the 2024 projections.
Ms. Bawa, what were the 3 categories again that was outperforming?
Retail sales, specialized occupations, and then construction activity. Other taxes, this is the last category. This includes cigarette tax, consumer utility tax, bank taxes, recordation, hotel, communication. These are all part of this other category. So in 2023, the budget was increased by approximately 12.5%, if you see that blue line, and from 22 to 23. And other taxes collected in 23 are lower than the budget target by about 3.8%. And this is primarily due to drop in recordation and utility taxes, and some drop in cigarette taxes and vehicle license as well, smaller. and it needs to grow by 3.1% to meet our fiscal year 2024 budget target. So looking at them all collectively, so this chart shows local tax revenues will need to increase by a modest 1.1% overall over fiscal year 2023 actuals in order to meet our 24 budget projections, which we believe is achievable. Personal property tax is already coming up approximately $200,000. This is the one that we bill in September and expect collections by first week in October. So we already have that information, and sales tax continues to be an area of concern. And so net of personal property tax, the revenues need to grow by 3.1% to meet the fiscal year 2024 targets. Switching over to the general fund expenditures now. The chart on slide 11 shows general fund year-end performance for more than 15 years. There was a noticeable drop starting in fiscal year 10 through 12 when the last major economic downturn, with the recovery starting in fiscal year 13 onwards and then seeing an upward trend after that. The red bar is for general government expenditures, the green bar is for school board transfers, and the purple bar shows the debt service for all major projects and for all projects. And the purple bar has increased since 2018 for the debt that was taken for high school, city hall, library, and other major projects. Zooming into the general government's operations, this chart on slide 12 shows expenditures over the last 10 years. The purple portion is the WMATA subsidy. The brown portion is the interjurisdictional contracts that we have with Arlington, Fairfax, and the like. And then the red portion shows the remaining general government general government discretionary expenditures in general fund. And the blue line shows the personnel cost, which we'll see that have increased for the first time starting in 2022, after remaining mostly flat over the 6-year window from fiscal year 16 all the way through 21. It has been pretty flat. And then drilling it further down into the breakdown of the personnel costs, this slide, number 13, shows the first growth in personnel costs in 2022 that we saw in that blue line. Now, the blue bigger portion is the salaries, and then topped by the retirement, and then the health and OPEB benefits, and then all other benefits. So we have, between 22 and 23, there's roughly an increase of $5 million in personnel costs, which is approximately 20% over the 2-year window. And then again, we see the same, more of the same that we saw on the other chart, that it was pretty flat for the first 6-7 years and then started picking up, so making up for the catch-up since the last economic downturn. This chart shows us 3, 5, and 10-year averages for the school transfer, seat enrollment, general government expenditures, organic revenue growth. And the recent strong growth has helped improve the 3-year averages, which were in the last year or two we had seen were in some cases even negative. A new metric has been added here, and that is the growth in the CPI index for inflation, and including the impact from double-digit increases in fiscal year 23. So in a way, like trying to interpret the tax revenue growth, economy has grown approximately 6.6%, we can say, in the short term, and which is 4.6 compared to the 4.6% of the CPI in the 3-year window. The next slide provides a summary of the general fund unassigned fund balance over the last 15 years. The green and the red lines show the floor and the target of the current fund balance policy thresholds at 12% and 17%. At the end of fiscal year 23, the unassigned fund balance is $24.3 million, which is 22%, and which is above the policy target. We need about $200,000, which will be required to maintain this fund balance policy at 17%. of the expenditures in '24, and that's that orange portion that you see on top of the '23 bar. And then the remaining 5.5 million that is shown in the light blue grade bar, which shows the available funding for savings, year-end savings. The next chart shows the city's capital reserves and recent summary and projections for the next few years. And there is a 13 million at the end of fiscal year '23 in capital reserves. In 2024, expected proceeds from the Virginia Tech land sale, as well as the repayment for the Virginia Village purchases, will boost the capital reserves with a projected ending balance of 22.6 million. I do want to note that starting in fiscal year '23 and onwards, there is the drawdowns include CIP projects that we're not issuing debt for, but instead using the capital reserves. And the additions include the lease payments, the West Falls lease payments, as well as the ones that I noted on the, and then the tax yield starting in fiscal year '25, as were included in the model. So overall, looking at the 2023 year-end summary, the general fund tax revenues are over budget by $2,041,000. Unassigned fund balance policy of 17% requires of that $200,000 to be set aside for that. The remaining, following the school share agreement that we have done in the past, the 50% share for the schools would be $920,500. And then other general fund revenues, including the charges for services, investment income, not including the permit reserves, is $2.3 million. And the underspending of $918 million makes net available year-end balance of $4.15 million for the general government. This next slide shows revenue share history. It was requested at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting last week. So the top line is the revenue share amounts that were left, and then the fund balance requirements, and then the school share, which was 50% of the remaining balance. Over the last 5 years, including fiscal year '23, we're talking more than $3 million shared with the schools together. So the year-end funds can be used to address one-time needs and initiatives, such as funding CIP projects, either in lieu of debt or project shortfalls, and funding council work plan initiatives, including the 75th anniversary and other initiatives, replacement of equipment past its useful life and support from vendors. And then a portion of funds could also be set aside for fiscal year '25 budget needs. A running list of unfunded needs is provided in the staff report as part of Attachment E. Any uses of prior year funds requires an appropriation by ordinance of the City Council. So staff plans to bring a discussion to Council on funding priorities on October 2nd meeting, work session, and then followed by a budget amendment at October 16th work session. I'll be very brief and give a quick ARPA update. So the city received a total ARPA allocation of $18 million, and a total of $16.9 million was budgeted as of June 30th, 2023. We saw expenditures of $5.6 million. There is an additional $3 million that has been obligated, leaving a remaining balance of $8.3 million. Again, there is a chart in the staff report which gives a detail on by project on the expenditures, obligated funds, and the remaining funds. These funds need to be encumbered by December 2024 and expended by December 2026. So at a very high level, of the $7.6 million appropriation for stormwater infrastructure improvements, a total of $1.2 million has been spent as of June 30th, and another $2.75 million is obligated. $1 million has been expended for purchase of Virginia Village property, and $915,000 was spent towards premium pay for essential school and general government employees during the pandemic. $525,000 has been spent towards economic assistance to businesses, and $500,000 for new HVAC system at Mary Ellen Henderson School and some other projects, and the details are in that table in the staff report. That takes us to the next steps. We will bring the list of unfunded needs for review by council at the work session on next Monday. And then the first work session discussion prior to the first reading on October 16th for the budget amendment. And we'll also present the first quarter results for the current fiscal year at the next Budget and Finance Committee in November, and revenue projections and budget guidance in early December at the joint meeting, and then followed by the guidance on December 11th. So staff is working on finalizing these dates. They're not set in stone, but this is kind of the time frame we're looking for, working on the next year's budget. So that concludes my report.
You sure you don't have any more slides?
Yours, it's just first time for you. For some of them, it's second time.
All right. Anybody got any questions? Questions, comments? Ms. Hardy?
It's my second time, and I still have questions, so thank you. Going back to the permit fee reserve, so it's growing from 1.6 million to 3.9 million. I know that is segregated, meant for kind of permit activities. Is that really meant to fund FTEs, or can it actually work on process efficiencies, which I know the permit process we've talked about too?
Both.
Okay.
We've been using it to fund FTEs as well as to bring in new technology.
So given that it's more than doubling, can we talk more about that, especially on the process efficiency? I think that's something that GovOps has wanted to talk about, and excited that we'll have funding to take care of that. Because I think the faster that businesses can open and buildings can open, the better it is for the city. So I think we're all motivated to do better there. Second question. So between the 5.2 million surplus, but then what's remaining is 4.1 after revenue share and putting in unassigned fund balance. The good news we heard from the state, which is 3 million for schools, 8 million for stormwater? 9 million, sorry. And then I'm looking at the ARPA chart, so not in your slide, Karen, but the chart that was in our attachment. For example, stormwater, we budgeted out of ARPA 7.6 million. We've only spent 1.2. We're encumbering 2.7, so there's 3.6 left. So that is a lot of numbers. And that is a lot of one-time money. And I know there's discussion about could we potentially use the state money for stormwater and then figure out how to reappropriate the 3.6 from ARPA into other funds or other needs, given that it may be more flexible. Do we have any early thinking on that?
So, yeah, we do plan to have some reprogramming because we are getting some dedicated stormwater funding from the state based on the budget amendment that they passed. We need to still see what are the eligibility and the guidance that we get on those funds, and then unobligate the funds that we have already obligated in ARPA. That obligation only happens in specific time. We can't just go in the system and unobligate anytime. They will open up the system in October when we do our quarterly reporting. So I think all this will take some time. It may not necessarily be in the next coming budget amendment, but it'll be in, I'm thinking, the winter budget amendment.
So you think this October budget amendment that's using attachment E that has all the shortfalls in projects, we won't be able to have a better sense of the ARPA funding?
No, we don't have clear guidance on the 9 million that we're getting. So, and then, I mean, we can have a backup, but I don't know if we can quite yet take that action and deprogram that ARPA funding that we already have for stormwater quite yet.
So that makes it complicated, because then if we can't deprogram it out of ARPA, and then we're getting 9 million from the state that also has to be used on stormwater, like clearly stormwater is important, but I don't know whether it's 9 plus $16 million important, right? So to the extent we can accelerate that, I think having a full picture of how much one-time money we have is important before we start making decisions on what projects we're funding, given the shortfall numbers we're looking at here. So I don't know how we can accelerate that, but I would ask for that. Third thing, I think because we are looking at so much one-time money, I think much like when we started the discussion about how to deploy the $18 million in ARPA, we need to revisit those principles that I had proposed, which is how do we make sure we have lasting generational investments back in the community. While I think there are a lot of things on attachment E that are worthy and important, we'll just need to be really thoughtful about that. So when we do have that discussion in October, if we could bring back those principles as a refresher for everybody, that might be a good starting point for our discussion. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Snyder?
Thanks. One of the things that I would be interested in is sort of bigger trends that we're seeing for the next fiscal year. Obviously, salaries are going to go up. Inflation is down a little bit, but may continue. So at this discussion, before we sort of make all these decisions based upon the surplus this year, I'd like to have some sense about how much we should not spend this year in order to address the needs in the next fiscal year for one-time items, so that we can smooth out or reduce the tax rate in the next year. So what I guess the point I'm making is I don't want to totally spend down the surplus just to see the next fiscal year's budget with huge demands that we wish we had been more careful with the money to carry over to the next fiscal year. So I would like to not see these two things discussed in a vacuum. I'd like some sort of linkage between the two. And I know at this point it's probably because you really haven't even started your budgeting, at least formally, but I'm sure you've been doing some thinking about it. What are the big trends that we're going to see next year? I mean, salaries, metro, just you could probably rattle off some things that would suggest some caution in terms of spending all of this surplus this year.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Duncan?
Could you go back, Karen, to the chart that's got the 3, 5, 10-year schools? There, thanks. So this is based on, seat enrollment's based on what data? Data from the September 30th or last June 1st, or what's the seat enrollment count?
This is the June 30th, since everything is June 30th here.
Okay, so it's June 30th. And this reads to me that over the past 3 years, seat enrollment has dropped 1.6%. Over 5 years, it's grown 1.2%, and the 10-year average is 1.2%. Is that the way I'm reading it correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's interesting. And that's over the same period of time, basically the CPI growth has been 2.2% over those past 10 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, as I leave, I would again urge us to try to come up with some sort of a multi-year way of dealing with these numbers so that when budget guidance is given, it doesn't have to rely on, the latest thing that you just rushed in the door with, but rather reflects some sort of rolling, 3 or 5, pick a number. But it just seems to me like administratively, if we said, geez, over the last 5 years, school enrollment's been flat or down a little bit, inflation's been about 3%, this is what, based on those numbers, the schools should get. And then, not stress over this last month's, meals tax or whatever. Just experience has shown, as Mr. Snyder pointed out, that, sometimes information that that we would like to have had when we voted on the budget comes in the week after the budget is voted on. And that's always a perception problem to announce a large deficit or a large surplus at the same time that, you had a discussion about taxes and revenues that doesn't seem to be informed by the knowledge that we do have a substantial surplus. The Metro money thing is the other point I'd like to speak to. I mean, as a community that is growing, I think, towards becoming a more transit-oriented, BRT-served, 2 metro stations named after us, full-service city. I would like to see us, commit to a regional leadership role in advocating for, funding of Metro at standards that would enable reasonable frequency of service and maintenance, obviously, and so forth, while at the same time, and Mr. Snyder's the expert on this, of course, but while at the same time, I don't want us to be the suckers. Falls Church is putting in 5% and everybody else is only putting in 3%. Obviously, we don't want to be there, but it seems to me like the region and the state, the Commonwealth, and the feds are going to have to, in the fairly near future, commit to a source of funding for Metro in return for administrative improvements at Metro that proves that this area is, wants to be a leader in transit-oriented living. And every year, there's this sort of sigh that, oh my God, we got to fund Metro again. I would like to see us have a attitude that's embedded somewhere in our budget. I don't know whether it's a lockbox or a trust fund or something, but something that communicates that the City of Falls Church understands the importance of a successful Metro system, bus and rail, and enshrines that in our budget discussions every year, because I think it's important to set that tone in good years and bad. All right, I think that's, so the budget guidance date that you had was December the 11th. Hopefully I'm still around for that. Does that mean that the meeting of the schools and the school board and the council would be shortly before that, or is that the date of that meeting? What's the calendar tell us?
We normally do it on the first Monday, which is December 4th, and then the guidance is on the following Monday, which would be December 11th.
Okay. So perhaps we'll talk about that in the scheduling, but that always seems to come up more quickly than, anybody expects. And so it'd be good to get that on everybody's calendar right now so that we have a productive meeting, because that's a very important meeting. Okay, thanks.
All right, Ms. Connolly, let's try to wrap this up, too.
Ooh, I will wrap this up. Can you go to page 13, Kieran? Ms. Bawa. This one with the increase in staff, does this include the underspending in staff that we saw in 2023? Or is that just the budget?
This is the actual.
This is the actual. So it increased, but we still had $1 million of underspending?
Underspending, yeah.
So then the increase in 2024 incorporates
That 1 million.
that
because
1
that's
million
an
plus
operating.
additional. So it's a jump, but not as much of a jump from the actual as it is. Okay. Just want to clarify that. And then can you go to the meals tax one?
Meals tax. It's slide 7, yeah.
There you go. So I just want to note that this one in particular, we had all these years. 2013 was the first year that I was on council, and I have had so many conversations with Mr. Duncan in particular about the fact that how come the meals tax isn't going up? We have all these new restaurants. And finally, that has started to happen, and I think I'm grateful that we have such good restaurants, but also that the population is increasing enough that there are people that are out there eating at these restaurants and people from other communities coming to Falls Church to eat at our restaurants. So I think that one is a really nice harbinger of the work that we have been doing with economic development to bring people to Falls Church to dine and enjoy.
I wanted to point out for my colleagues, attachment B in the is what Karen provided based on the budget and finance discussion. So to answer the question, is the pie getting bigger, or the also individual pie slices are getting bigger as it relates to B-Poll, meals tax, groceries, and sales? I think on the meals one, restaurants dropped during COVID, but then rebounded. But then the average tax coming out of each business is much higher too. So I thought that was interesting indicators. on the B poll, certainly growing a lot of businesses. So not only number of new businesses increased, but also the average tax per business also increased. So pie is getting bigger and each individual share is getting bigger. So
Such good news. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Is there any action you all require at this time?
No, this is information only. We'll have a work session on October 2nd, and then to carry this conversation forward.
All right.
That's all we need tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking around. And let's move on to our next item, the Virginia Village briefing. Who's going to do that?
So Brendan Woodley is our housing real estate development subject matter expert, and he's going to provide a briefing. The bottom line is that we do have a gap in terms of the financing for the Virginia Village quadplexes that we currently calculate to be about $650,000. We've been working this process. It is a very active area of work right now. That number was larger about a month ago, and so we've been narrowing that gap, and we want to continue to work with our partners, with Wesley and with Virginia Housing, to continue to work this issue. So this is really informational for council, also just to get some council, the benefit of some of the council's thoughts on the issues that we're grappling with. I think we'll give our presentation tonight. We'll be pretty concise because we know we'll be having some follow-up conversations with council as this moves forward. Mr. Woodley, and I also just would also thank Cindy Mester has been working very closely with her housing staff on these issues as well. Mr. Woodley, let me turn it over to you. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wyatt. As Mr. Wyatt said, I am here tonight to talk about the Virginia Village project. This is in supplement to the memo provided in your council packet as well. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us afterwards as well. Currently, Wesley and the city are working towards identifying a closing date. That's the big date coming up for the 5 EDA-owned Virginia Village properties. The primary factor preventing this closing date from being set is the recent identification of a project funding gap of about, as Mr. Shields says, $650,000. Essentially, the scope and the renovation costs for this project are higher than anticipated, and the rents and any income generated from the properties can't support the loan that Wesley would need to close. So to give you guys a bit of a background, going back about 6 months after getting a good understanding of what the scope was for the project, Wesley received the first set of general contractor bids in April of this year. Feeling both Wesley and the city felt that this initial bid was not reflective of the work that needed to be done for the project. So we went forward with soliciting additional bids. While we solicited these additional bids, we held several conversations, the city and Wesley, with Virginia Housing, who is the lending partner for both the Amazon Reach Strike Fund, as well as they will be providing the loan for Wesley to purchase the properties for which they will close on. So as part of that loan process for Wesley, they have several minimum design and construction requirements that they impose on all properties. So while we were soliciting additional general contractor bids for essentially better pricing, we were confirming and doing our best to really reduce the scope for those minimum design and construction requirements, MDCRs. So that took several months. In June, we received follow-up bids that we thought were much more in line with what the work that would be needed in order to finalize renovations, especially in regards to the minimum design and construction requirements imposed by Virginia Housing. Also, we did effectively negotiate several of the construction requirements down from what was initially requested from Virginia Housing as well. So essentially, by working through all the income and expense assumptions, we did at this point discover that there was a gap. We kind of played around with those numbers in order to understand it better. We did effectively reduce the project funding gap significantly to what it is today, that $650,000. So that was a big step down for what it originally was. I guess the essential upshot is that we are continuing to reduce that. We're continuing to look at this budget to kind of hunt down all the leads in order to figure out what we need to do in order to reduce this project gap that we can find. For example, one of the things that we took the time to look at was if it even made sense to renovate 310 South Maple. I think that was probably one of the first things I thought of when I started seeing some of the construction numbers coming in. And unfortunately, after kind of going through the pro forma, despite it not currently being even, right now, it's not even suitable for habitation. It's vacant. And it requires a bulk of the construction costs for renovation. The problem is if we kind of took that out of the equation, the loss of the income for that project would essentially have zero impact on the actual gap that we noted. So even if we didn't even look at 310 South Maple, we would still essentially have a gap of about $650,000. That's how vital the income from 310 South Maple is once it's fully running and operational. We've kind of taken this time. We've looked at several options where we are actually actively working on certain things. For example, we're making daily strides, honestly. This includes having high-level conversations with Virginia Housing as recently as yesterday, including stakeholders. Additionally, we're working with Wesley to identify any other project savings that can reduce the gap. So we are on the verge of having a finalized pro forma, and we'll have either eliminated or reduced the gap to a nominal number. In the coming weeks, it's right around the corner. Unfortunately, I would have liked to have it finalized in time for this conversation here today, but the good news is it's coming around the corner, and we expect to have good news shortly.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see if we've got any questions or comments from here on the dais.
Absolutely.
Ms. Leon?
Thank you, Brendan. Shocking number. I understand the reality of what it takes to invest in these properties to the standards that we're looking for, right?
Absolutely.
Can you provide a breakout of what constitutes the 650 that you and that we have agreed to with Wesley?
Well, we haven't specifically agreed to anything with Wesley. We're still in that negotiation process to figure out exactly what that final number is going to look like. But I can tell you that the bulk of those costs are because of the increased size of the renovation costs, the construction renovation costs. We anticipated significantly less. And like I said, when we first had our initial round of general contractors, it was an untenable number. It didn't make sense for the project. And we really had to kind of go back and figure out exactly what we needed to do in order to make sure that we were checking all the boxes with Virginia Housing, and we were actually making sure that we were getting a reasonable number that made sense for what we're doing. Essentially, this is a short-term hold, 5 to 10 years tops. We don't want to be spending top dollar in order to have these units upgraded, but we also don't want to be, ignoring the fact that some of the requests from Virginia Housing are health and safety related. So we were trying to find that balance between making the project viable and making the units habitable and safe. We're pretty much there essentially with the general contractor bid. We're happy with the bid that we have. We just need to see if there's any other points of scope that we can reduce in order to continue reducing that gap.
So I think my request is, I'm going to reiterate, what I'm asking for is just transparency on what are we repairing that constitutes the funding gap. Okay. If we could get that would be good.
Sure, sure. Is the request for the general contractor bid, or?
I think it'd be good to just see the list of what needs to be repaired that constitutes life and health safety, right?
Sure.
That's kind of tier 1. Hopefully we can get more than life safety, like a basic standard of living. That would be tier 2. And just trying to understand what constitutes the costs. Is there any alternative that can be brought to the table around renovation financing that's available to plug the gap?
So are you talking about potentially looking at different vendors for the financing? Part of the MOU that we signed with Wesley envisioned using Virginia Housing as a lender. I think that's kind of baked into the deal at this point. They're giving us a pretty reasonable rate, but I will say that their DCRs are quite prohibitive in the way they've been structured, and that's really one of the things that we're trying to figure out a way around. Again, absolutely, full stop. We want to make sure that they're safe, that they're completely livable, and the best standard of living that we can provide for those units, at least for the coming 5 to 10 years, which is the goal. But I think the point is that we are we're really kind of sharpening our pencils and trying to figure out the best way to move forward with this project.
Let me rephrase what I was asking. There's 2 ways to plug funding gaps, right? Like this, right? One is we are asked to come in and plug it by providing some sort of money from our general fund or from ARPA. I think the second is you ask Wesley to take out some additional debt, i.e. like a renovation financing option. So I just want to make sure that we push a little bit to look at alternative options other than us coming up with the money, right? And
Agreed.
You can take out debt to cover this, and weighing those pros and cons to see, what might make sense.
Those are the exact conversations we're having with Wesley and Virginia Housing right now.
Yep. And I think what's really important is if you take the 650 and once you break it down into tier 1 and tier 2, like life, health, safety versus getting it to a standard of living, you add the concept or dimension of time onto it, right? Like, are we putting pressure on ourselves to do both the life and health safety plus the standard of living, right? Because I think from a business model perspective, we want to get, we want to make the investments to get these units usable. We don't want them substandard, but it's the balance to what's the minimal viable product we can roll out to the market, and have we agreed to that? Does the 650 constitute that minimal viable product that we want to rent out? Or is it, what is it? Like, I think I'm trying to understand what is our target in terms of what's the threshold of acceptability to get this unit, right, on the market. So just a little bit more dynamics on understanding the situation, to understand what our levers are, just around getting this into a more manageable viewpoint, because right now it's looking like a lot. 650 is a big block, but
That's certainly
I want to
something
support it, right?
We can certainly follow up with that, and that's also the conversations we're having with Virginia Housing, because we think some of the requirements are above basic standard, both your tier 1 and 2. So we need to work through that so that, as Mr. Woodley indicated, we can come back with
Yeah,
some
and I think
closing of the gap and some updated alternatives.
Yeah, on that note, if the standards are different, I think you bring it down to the numbers. Like, what is the business case of pushing their standard, versus taking a different version? It's like business case 1 versus business case 2. And I think they can do that for us, right? Because they're the powerhouses coming, with the financing acumen to the table. So really looking to understand, how we can help here to move this along, because it's been a long slog, and it hurts, right? It hurts. We're carrying this cost for way too long, and we don't have usable units. So just how to help. I want to go at it, but I'm just trying to get at a little bit more information to figure out how we can all cluster and kind of lean in and help.
I know we all appreciate that, and we have the same sentiment and feeling, and I think that, as Mr. Woodley indicated, we've got the attention of Virginia Housing's Executive Director and Director of Rental Underwriting with some meetings this week, and so I think we're working forward and working hard.
All right, other comments? Mr. Duncan, then Ms. Hardy.
Thank you for putting this on the agenda. Several of us, I think, requested it. And thank you for all the hard work you're doing, Brendan. I know that you're in there every day trying to get a cheaper dishwasher or whatever it is that's causing this, problem. I guess what I'm going to ask for on my way out the door is for the council to express an alternative vision of what we're doing here. You alluded to it in your remarks when you said, we've got a 5 to 10 year window. We're basically trying to upgrade these things enough that we can rent them for 5 or 10 years. Of course, 10 years is just way too long to suit me. 5 years is too long, but I understand things here take time. I think my question would be, if I were engaged in this after you figure out how to get a cheaper dishwasher and fix the roof for less money, what would it cost to subsidize the rent of the people who are living there now? Or in the case of the building that's unoccupied, I guess you don't have to subsidize anything, but what would it cost to subsidize them into other area apartment buildings quickly, so that we could take the $2 million-ish that we're going to get from the Quinn project when it's approved, I hope, and put that into, because there's concerns about taking cash in lieu of units, I understand that, but a lot of that concern, I think, stems from, what are you going to do with the cash? Well, the answer to that is you're going to put it in right across the street on Virginia Village. You're going to buy at least a couple more quads. You're going to have enough money. Are you going to have enough money, I guess, would be my question, to fulfill the beyond 10-year vision sooner than 10 years. Buy them, tear them down, subsidize the folks who are living in there, so that you can build a proper, modern, universal design, standard, dedicated affordable housing building on that property that would run about 5 stories and would have green space that would be a community amenity. I would love for somebody, staff, housing commission, planning commission, somebody, council, to give me a price tag for that vision, because I think that is a vision around which the community could rally. And we could show that we're, doing something sensible and decisive in the way of trying to add modern, affordable housing units for the city.
I think we can probably look at that and give you something.
Ms. Hardy?
Thanks. I want to go back to Caroline's request just for more transparency. So the 1 million original shortfall to now 650, I guess if we were to break it down, which property, how much of it is for repairs, how much of it is what we deem to be Virginia Housing's onerous requirements? I think that's what I need to understand how big of a deal this is, right? Because I've heard you say, Brendan, and one, I do appreciate all the work, because I do know that this is complicated and frustrating too, that, we are coming around the corner, expected to close the gap. So am I hearing that in a couple weeks, you're going to come back and say, we've solved 650, or are you going to come back and say, we need $650,000 from council to get to closing?
So in terms of magnitude of what we are hoping to achieve with reducing the minimum design construction requirements, I think we can get that gap down, possibly even eliminate it if we reduce some of the bigger items. Again, not the things that impact safety or health, but reduce some of the bigger items that are really more nice to haves that are required in all Virginia Village or Virginia Housing Project loans. If we can manage to eliminate those, we can probably get that gap down to where it's reduced, if not zero, very close to zero. And regardless, we would not be going back to council to request additional funds for this project. We have authority to use Virginia strike funds, the Amazon Reach strike funds, to do repairs for these units. It was always envisioned as part of the MOU and the agreement with Virginia Housing, so all of that is compliant with our authority on this project.
Got it. So that's promising. Now, is it mainly at 310 South Maple, or are they in the other 4 buildings as well? Like, are all 5 buildings that we're trying to refinance and work with Wesley on as dire as 310 South Maple?
310 South Maple is the bulk of the construction. Well, not the bulk, but most of the construction costs. It requires the most love and care in terms of getting it up to standard. But I think even the other units, which are occupied, really, the other 16 units we have at Virginia Village have people in them, and they're living their lives. Those costs for renovating those buildings came in higher than we would have expected, given that they're all functioning and operating successfully. So I think there's probably a lot of wiggle room in all of those units, but especially 310 South Maple, in order to kind of scale back the requests from Virginia Housing and make this project a little bit more reasonable for 5, hopefully not more than 5, but 5 to 10 year window.
Got it. So fingers crossed, that sounds more promising. I guess some just general concerns is I think we are however many months delayed on the closing, and so I would prefer that we were notified about this funding gap earlier. So we were still trying to close it from 1 million to 650, and hopefully it'll go further. I think council should be engaged along the way, given that this is something that has been a top priority for us, and we really want, to Phil's point, we really want to get this project going, especially to have the broader conversation of what the community envisions here. And we've been told that we can't have that until we get to hand this over to Wesley. So if you could, and I think I would direct this to the city manager as well, kind of keep us more engaged along the way, depending on how we are doing on the progress to reduce that gap. I think that would be beneficial. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Other comments? Anyone else have any other comments? All right. Thank you for the update. We look forward to hearing more from you and trying to get this number down as low as possible and resolve this. But thank you for sticking around with us. I know it was a long night, and appreciate you hanging with us to the very end. So let's go on to our mayor's agenda, our mayor's meeting for tomorrow on the agenda. We could go through that briefly, quickly. That would be helpful.
We'll put it up on the screen here in just a second. So what we have coming up on October 2nd is, if I'm going off of memory, is a briefing on the bike master plan and the demographics study. And so both of those are a discussion with council just on the scope of work of those studies and the schedule of work for those studies. We'll have a budget amendment discussion, so we'll lay out what needs are and then get council direction on those needs. We want to do this probably in 2 bites. First, a preliminary discussion on October 2nd, and then a second work session on it on October 16th. There are, the size of these numbers and the amount of things that are in play does need good strategic thinking behind it. I'd like to provide the council just a briefing on the reorganization that I alluded to during the city manager's report. And it is frankly tied to this one-time spending. This reorganization is in many respects geared around the challenge, the very unique challenge that we have right now of carrying out one of the largest capital improvements programs we've ever had in the city's history, most of which is in the transportation and in the flood mitigation realm. And in addition, we have these new sources of funding, the proceeds from the sale of the Converge property or the Virginia Tech property, and other dollars that are coming our way. It is a huge responsibility and a huge mandate that 10 years from now, the taxpayers say, they'll grade us. How did we do with this once-in-a-generation opportunity? And frankly, Cindy, myself, Kieran, we need additional executive help, I believe, to deliver that program, given its size and its scope, to coordinate those activities and make sure we're delivering what the community needs. So those are related. So that is the work session for October 2nd. Then looking ahead to the 16th, we would have the commercial and retail report. We'd have the what we believe would be the last work session on the Community Energy Action Plan, synthesizing all the comments we've received today and have that draft plan for council review. We'd like to discuss the zoning text amendments. We'll provide sort of a list of all the amendments that we think are needed, and then discuss with council which ones we'd move on immediately and which ones we might take some more time to study. We'll give an update on the council work plan and the CIP, and we'll have a second discussion of budget amendment number 1. And then looking ahead to the one regular meeting that we'll have in October then, which was October 23rd, we would take action on the budget amendment. We'd like to bring the Tenor Hill rezonings to the City Council for referral to the Planning Commission. That's a kind of a resident-generated rezoning request. The zoning text amendments that I just referenced have a briefing potentially, or I'm sorry, the memorandum of agreement on the Route 7 BRT. We're working with NVTC to see if we could have a briefing for the council. The last time the council had a briefing on BRT was about this time last year. I think it was November of last year. And so that's just a survey of the October meetings. I will note that in November, it's November 22nd is when we're anticipating that we'll have the Quinn Homestretch site, that senior living project, come back to the council with all of the board and commission comments. We would also be looking to schedule, just the last thing I'll note is the budget planning session with the school board on December 4th, and budget guidance resolution on December 11th. Now, we will want to be very inclusive of the newly elected city council members for that discussion. When there has been a change in council, sometimes the council has deferred that budget guidance so that the new council members can vote on that. However, that does make it fairly late in the process. It makes it very late for the schools. So if there's a way to get really meaningful input from our council members-elect for that budget guidance on December 11th, that would be make that process more meaningful in terms of what we actually making sure it's aligned with the council expectations when it's delivered to you in March. That's all I would have a touch on. I'd be happy to take any council direction on this agenda schedule.
All right. Does anyone have any comments on what we've seen? Mr. Duncan?
We talked about the recognition event for Senator Saslaw and perhaps others. Did I see that, or is that something we could start trying to schedule, or maybe, I don't know, kick it off in the next year, but it'd be nice to get it done this year if we could.
We should talk about a concept Cindy, do you want to talk?
Yeah, with the big community event being postponed, we can look at something maybe targeted for Senator Sasslaw, which a couple individual council members have proposed. I have on the November and December council schedule, which we didn't highlight tonight, but bringing forward the legislative program, and so we might be able to tie Senator Sasslaw coming with a proclamation and recognition to something when you're talking legislation.
I think it'd be nice to actually include maybe some of our neighboring folks who are
Yeah,
retiring.
I was going to say the same thing.
Penny and
John Faust.
John
Penny.
Faust, Christian Dorsey's also retiring. So anyway, might be good to get some of our colleagues who are.
Work with.
Let me just float an idea. You know, we typically have a celebration for outgoing council members. Would there be any interest of having, you know, these regional people join in sort of one event for the outgoing council members, or keep those two things separate?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to combine. I mean, to me, the headliner ought to be regional relationships, past and present, or, you know, past, present, and future. I mean, I would invite Dahlia and the new folks who are going to be elected to replace Faust and in Arlington too. I think that's a good idea, is to make it a.
Maybe think about that. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but just sort of
Yeah.
think about that as a concept, and then we'll plan accordingly.
Okay.
And I wouldn't want to lose our traditional
Right.
sort of reception that we do, but we can definitely talk about a different type of event.
You just serve some
I work
cookies.
with
Serve
Cindy.
some cookies before one of those meetings. That'll be enough.
That makes that.
I like those both ideas, but I think they should be two events.
Yeah, I think so
it's
too,
not the same
actually.
event.
All right, what else we got?
I'm just wondering, and this is really looking forward into November, December, but orientation for new council members,
Mhm.
to get that on the calendar.
I mean, we typically do that as an administrative function. It's not something that would be on this council schedule, but we are certainly thinking about that and planning ahead for that.
All right, what else does anybody have on this?
I had asked for kind of the transportation safety update. Should that happen as part of the CIP work plan update on October 16th?
Yes, I think council work plan is where I would envision having that discussion.
All right, anything else on this?
Wyatt, I just want to say that orientation for new incoming council members is very important. I found it extremely useful.
Okay.
So good to hear that we're planning for it.
We are, and I know council members have ideas on how that can be made as effective as possible, so we're all ears. We want it to be as useful as possible for our new council members. And all council members are always invited to that orientation, and we would extend that invitation again.
And also, my office is working on a landing page for new members that will kind of consolidate all the resources. And we're working on that also for new board members. So hope that'll be rolling out too. So and just an extra resource.
Is there a landing page for lame ducks and, I don't know, call us whatever?
Oh,
Old
we could-
members?
Something special, maybe.
Actually, there's something I thought of for October 4th. I think that's Bike to School Day. And there's going to be bike buses, I think, that Bike Falls Church and CACT are organizing, of like essentially parents being at the front and the tail, like a pseudo bus, but it's kids on bikes. That's happening from various parts of the city to the schools.
Yes.
That's my understanding of that.
That is, that was in my notes of things to mention tonight, so thank you for jogging my memory. That's October 4th. There are Bike Falls Church and the School Board Health and Wellness Committee and the PTAs are all working together to organize that. I've heard Mr. Shields is going to be involved too.
Well, I've always wanted to be a bus driver, and then the idea of being actually a bike bus driver is like, I cannot pass that up. And so I've
I
signed
signed
up.
up to be the gold route coming up Spring Street too,
Yeah.
which I'm a little afraid of
There
taking
you
that all
go.
the way to West Falls. But the other kind of bike-related thing is on October 27th, Bike Falls Church Forward, and Health and Wellness is working on a Halloween Kiddical Mass, which essentially is a bike parade. So starting at Founders Row, we're not asking streets to be closed, but from Founders Row to Cherry Hill and culminating where the Halloween Carnival is. So essentially just kids on bikes in costumes.
I'm going to talk to the police chief about that. It makes me a little nervous, but okay, let's talk offline.
All right, anything else on this particular aspect? If not, let's talk about business not on the agenda. Any standing regional committee reports anyone wants to make?
Thank you for updating the calendar to reflect the fact the Economic Development Committee meeting will be Thursday next, not this coming Thursday, but Thursday, October 5th at 1 o'clock.
All right. Anything else, council member comments? If not, let's move on to approval of the minutes. Mr. Duncan, any thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I've just got notes on the June 8th, 2020 minutes on line 167, 169. There's an it's, an it's, and an it's. One of those needs to go. And on line 171, I believe we're waiving,
No, I think they've already done it.
I believe we're waiving WAVE rather than WAIVE. Anyway, check that. And I didn't find anything else. With that, I move approval of minutes of June 8th, 2020 as corrected.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it.
Don't ask me for more.
How about the next one, Phil?
No, don't have anything on the next one.
All right, do we have a motion on that one then?
Move to approve July 27th minutes.
Okay, do we have a second? Ms. Leon on the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it. Anything else anyone wants to say before we adjourn? All right, let's do it. We're adjourned.
I said I hadn't looked at them.
June 8, 2020.